traders, what's up and what's going on? And happy Money Tuesday. It is March 8th, 2022, 8:57 a.m. And ladies and gentlemen, do we have some action in pre-market? I mean, my goodness, from the second I walk into this office, the second I pull up my charts, there are stocks popping off left and right. Like I told you guys yesterday, this market is on fire. There is so much opportunity, so much potential to make some big time profits. This is where traders can make their years when we have market conditions like this. So let's get prepared, guys. Let's identify the best of the best opportunity and let's make those big time profits. Again, traders make their years in markets like this. We can make our months in markets like this. So let's get dialed in. Let's get focused. Let's make it happen and let's make those big time profits, guys. When the market's this hot, we're looking to make those profits, right? I know we're looking to make the best of the best trades, obviously, but we want to make these big time profits because the market is giving us these big time moves. I mean, look at HUSA yesterday, guys. That stock ripped and closed up, what, like 450%? What did we close yesterday? 494% on the day, from around $3 up towards $11.30. What a big time mover yesterday on HUSA. Even IMPP up 121%, NINE up 99%. Again, team, there are some big time movers in the market. My goal right now with you is to identify the next HUSA. What stock today could do what HUSA did yesterday? Do we think HUSA has another 400% in it? Or do we think that stock's going to be HYMC? Do we think that stock's going to be TMC? Do we think it's going to be NINE? I really want to try and identify, obviously, the top 3 to 5 stocks that have the best potential, but I also want to take the time to try and identify what stock could be just like HUSA. Took me a second. I almost said HYMC. I'm like, no. HUSA. So we're going to do that. We're going to try and identify the stock that has the best potential to be like HUSA and possibly rip and run 2, 3, 4, 500%. I mean, look at pre-market, guys. HYMC up 156, NINE up 116%, USWS up 100%, MARPS up 90%. Low float stocks, great volume, absolutely ripping and running. So again, there's so much opportunity in the market, guys. Let's get prepared, let's get focused, and let's make it happen. So is the stream blurry? Just on my side, sound is clear. Make sure you always go in, guys. All right, make sure if you're inside the chat, real quick before we get started, that you just come down here to your settings icon, go to quality, change quality from auto to 1080p. Boom! Nice clear stream. Now, if that does not help, just go back up here and simply click refresh. Doesn't hurt to refresh the browser every now and then. You can go ahead and hide the charts and scanners. If you guys don't want all this stuff, you can hide that. Just click that button at the top right. That's going to make that disappear. And again, just go ahead and start up your live stream. Make sure you go down here to the settings icon, change this from auto to 720p or 1080p, and you guys are all set, ready to rock and ready to roll. All right, guys, so we're just going to dissect everything that we currently have. And I mean, there's so many things moving. So many things moving in pre-market. I mean, again, I found like 15 to 20 stocks that have big time potential for the day. And that's too many, right? Our job, our goal. Wow, that 1080p worked perfect. I got you, Jay Cohen. I got you. Before we get going, though, I got to hit you guys one more time with a good morning and happy Money Tuesday. Jamie, Steve, Mr. Chris, Ron, Kits King, Jay Cohen, Corey, Arlene, good morning and happy Money Tuesday. How about over on YouTube? Hit me with that big old good morning over on the tube. We got Mutas, Nexoids, what's up, buddy? Winston, Kendall, Joey, Eric. And let me back up. Joey, the man that buys Iron Deal at $5 and that stock hits like 80. Joey, he is now the man, the myth, the legend. My goodness, making big time profits over on INDO. Good job, Joey. Eric, Raymond, Mr. Ed Nevis, the OG MVP. Man, the myth, the legend. Andy Key, James, good morning, YouTubers. How we doing today on this beautiful Tuesday? And once again, everybody inside the chat, how we doing? I hope we're having an amazing Tuesday morning. I hope you guys had an awesome night. And I hope you guys are set, ready to rock and roll. John, good morning. Barbie Martin, good morning. let's go ahead and dissect these stocks. Like I said, guys, there's probably 20 stocks that we could talk about, but 20 stocks is way too much. Way too many stocks to be looking at. We're trying to identify, out of these 20 potentials, 3 to 5 stocks at most that have the best potential to profit for the day. So I'm going to go ahead and go through my list on stocks that I think have the best potential. If you guys have another stock that you think has good potential, you're going to type that up, let me know. We're going to take a peek at it. Right before 9:30, we're going to take a vote, and we're going to see what you guys are thinking as far as the top stocks on the day. So let's go ahead and dive into it. What are my top 3 to 5 stocks? My number 1 stock that I'm going to be watching today is USEG, right? I'm going to be watching USEG. Low float stock, very good volume. Number 2, I'm going to be watching MENTORSHIP. This was my early bird winner. Again, I called this one out several times here in pre-market inside a chat. The initial break of the downtrend right there. Nice little downtrend break, good profits. Then we had another little downtrend break after the stock came down and bounced right at our 2075 level that we called out also. So MENTORSHIP is going to be number 2 because the technicals are being honored. This stock is moving up clean and consistently here in pre-market, and once again, it's respecting the technicals. It's very easy to read. Things are working out. I like this stock. On top of it, it's a low float stock with great volume. So again, my early bird trade was MENTORSHIP, currently up 379 on the day. What a great way to start this beautiful Tuesday after coming off a rocky Monday. Not feeling great. Again, not feeling the best today, but you know what? I'm a man. I'm not going to let that hold me back. I'm here, ready to go, because the market is here, ready to go. The market's going to move without me. So I am here, ready to rock, ready to roll, ready to make it happen, despite not being in the zone, despite being sick. I do not care. That is not holding me back because we are going to crush it today, ladies and gentlemen. So definitely USEG, one of the top stocks I want to be watching today. Low float stock, a lot of volume. MENTORSHIP, same thing, low float stock. Lots of volume. MENTORSHIP, high day resistance, 25.83 here in pre-market. All right. Breaking over this high a day, this pre-market high, we have room to 26.10. So there is a little bit of resistance nearby, right around 26.10 on MENTORSHIP. But breaking over 26.10, we do have room to 29.40 and then $30. Support right now, right around the VWAP and the downtrend. Old downtrend resistance turning into new support right along the lines of the VWAP as well. All right, so we have some light support right around this downtrend and the VWAP, and we could see that level had been hit 2 times. We could see this just blast on off, rip and run right over those pre-market highs, breaking 26, off to the races to 29.40. However, if we crack back below the downtrend and the VWAP, your best level of support is 20.75. Breaking below 20.75, you have $20 psychological natural support. Cracking below that level, you could see it all the way back down to 17.77. Definitely one of the top stocks I want to be watching today is MENTORSHIP. Number 2, USEG. Right now, support's back down at 903. Breaking and cracking below 903, we could see this pull back towards around 840. Breaking and cracking below 840, we could see it all the way back down to this initial pre-market high, right around $8. But right now, $8 is a pretty good level of support, right? Not only was it our first initial pre-market high, nice volume break, it's also that spiking high from last July. And you can see that we've had a lot of resistance right around $8. You could also see that we've had a lot of resistance around 9. So again, $8 is very good support from prior resistance on the daily chart. Same thing with $9, right? That's very good support. So again, we have a couple key levels of support that we want to keep on watch. And right now it is trying to fight to get back above this 958 level. All right, so right now 958 is our current level that we're fighting to stay above on USEG. But if we fail to get back above and stay above this level, we do have room down the 9. Below 9, $8. Now, if we can stay above this 958, we do have potential back up towards around 1045 to 1055 here on USEG. Right now, if we can break over that 1055 level here on USEG, how high can this stock go? Well, the next big level of resistance that I'm seeing is $12.48. So again, low float stock, a lot of volume, moving up clean and consistently. here in pre-market. Definitely a top stock that I want to be watching. I do want to watch USWS as well. All right, so USWS support right now, right around 329. Cracking below 329, back down to $3. Below $3, you could see this pull all the way back to 240, right? We don't want to see that take place. We want to see this hold strong. Ideally, staying above this 329 level, we have potential back to 384 pre-market highs. Breaking 384, we have potential to $4 and then 416. Breaking over 416 resistance, we do have a lot of potential up to 483 and then $5 here on USWS. If this stock ever breaks above $5, we could see this all the way up to 540 and then 550 here on USWS. Another stock that I want to keep on high watch today. I know there's a lot of stocks moving and we're not even halfway through the watch list. So our goal, identify these stocks and then take a vote. What stocks do we think has the best potential for the day? So we just dissected USWS, tons of great potential. USEG, MARPS, tons of great potential. We also have NINE with a lot of great potential as well. Right now, we do have support right around 720. Cracking below 720, we do have support back down towards around 657. High day resistance right now, $8.17 here on NINE. Breaking over that pre-market high of 817, we do have a lot of potential to $10, guys. NINE was a nice little mover over the past couple of days. Friday, yesterday, this stock has gone from 130 all the way to 4, currently trading at 744. There is so much potential and opportunity with NINE as to why it's another top stock I would like to keep on watch today. Again, 720 support, cracking below 720. Next level of support's down at 657. If we can stay above 720 and bounce, we could see this bounce back up to those pre-market highs of 817. Break it over 817, we have a lot of potential to $10 here on NINE. And then last but not least, the moment you've all been waiting for, our number one gainer from yesterday, being HUSA, I mean 495% from below $4. The stock opened up at like $3, ripping all the way, hitting a high a day of $14. Nice little move here in pre-market to $15.91. Came right back down to 10 and found a really nice bottom. So again, right now at this point in time, the best of the best support on HUSA is going to be back down at $10. But if this stock is going to break out, rip and run, and continue even higher, we do not want to see it back down at $10. We want to see this just break over that pre-market high of $15.91. We have a lot of potential to $20 today on HUSA. So again, these are the 5 stocks that I've identified that I want to be watching right out of the gates. All right, in no particular order, but again, these are the top 3 to 5 stocks that I want to be watching that have the best potential for today. USEG, USWS, NINE, MARPS, HUSA. Number 1 back burner sleeper play, BCEL, for the possible mid-candle breakout. But here's the only problem, and I typed this one up this morning. Here's the only concern that I have, is that 90% of the attention with small caps or with oil, gas, and energy stocks like HUSA, MARPA, is it MARPA? MARPS, NINE. We got traders looking at INDO again, INPP, CEI, USWS. Again, 90 to 95% of the volume and the focus is with these energy, oil, gas related stocks, right? Clearly, that's where the focus has been for the past couple of weeks. So even though we have a really nice mid-candle breakout on BCEL, the simple fact that all of the traders are looking at a completely different group of stocks, we may not see this mid-candle breakout actually take place on BCEL. But it is a beautiful textbook mid-candle breakout as to why I still want to watch it. Add it to the back burner, low float sleeper play that could absolutely rip and run. Breaking back above 321, we have room to $4. Breaking over 4, we have potential back to 5. This could be that low float sleeper that a lot of people aren't looking at, but this stock still has a lot of good potential, possibly coming off of that mid-candle breakout. So BCEL is a back burner stock at this time for that possible mid-candle breakout. We also have TMC, and HYMC on the back burner, right? Now, HYMC is now starting to get some great action to the upside, breaking back above $1. TMC still laying pretty stagnant here in pre-market. Now, these are going to be some mining stocks, right? So we got some low price to mining stocks in play because nickel, zinc, aluminum, and copper prices are surging. So we do have TMC with a nice little pop here in pre-markets. There is a credible reason for the stock to be moving. It's just not doing a lot in pre-market. That's why it's a back burner play at this point in time. And HYMC was a back burner play, but right now we're starting to really pick up on that volume. HYMC, we're bringing it from the back burner onto our main watch list. HYMC has a lot of great potential. This stock, 60 million in float, currently up 227%, trading 22 million shares on average, 500,000. We have the volume, it's gapping up huge. There's a reason for the stock to be moving. The float's not too much of a concern. We could still see the stock rip up 50%, 100% today, and we do have room to that 200 SMA. And that 200 SMA right now on HYMC is 159. All right, so I would like to see the stay back above $1 now that we're breaking back above $1, breaking over that 115 pre-market high, and then we could absolutely see that 200 SMA get hit, right? 159. So I'm actually going to say HYMC is a top stock I want to be watching right out of the gate, guys. Right? HYMC, I know it was a back burner, but now we're starting to see this thing squeeze on up right before the open. HYMC is a top stock that I want to be watching today. All right. So back burners. Now, again, these could be going from the back burner to the main watch list. These stocks weren't doing a whole lot in pre-market around 7 to 8 o'clock, but right now they're starting to squeeze up again. We got IMPP currently up to 880. We got INDO up at $78. We have MXC starting to move on up. We have CEI starting to move on up as well. Again, team, when I said there's like 15 to 20 stocks to watch today, I'm not joking. There's 15 to 20 stocks to watch today. But again, we can't watch 15 to 20 stocks. Your head's going to be on a swivel. You're going to miss every single opportunity in the market if you're looking at 15 to 20 stocks. So your goal is to take these 15 to 20 and pick out 3 to 5 at most. Pick out those 3 that you guys like for your reasons, right? Maybe they're a little bit larger in float. They're going to be slower and steadier movers, right? Maybe it's a low float stock that you can scalp. Again, identify the stocks that you like, add them to your watch list, focus on those stocks. Because if you're looking at 15 to 20, you're missing out on opportunities, right? Focus on those 3 to 5, get to know those stocks, make sure that the technicals are being honored, make sure things are setting up and working out and playing out correctly. And if the stock is proving itself and you have confidence, put on some trades, lock in those profits. Again, there's a lot of stuff moving right now. It can be overwhelming when we come into pre-market and we have this many stocks that have so much potential. So I think we need to do this. We need to take a vote, guys. There are so many stocks worth watching today, but what stocks do you think have the best potential for today? So instead of creating a poll right now, let's go ahead and try and clean up this watch list. As you guys can see, these blue check marks are the stocks that I want to watch as my top gainers, as my #1 picks for the day. I'm going to go ahead and remove these check marks, and now we have our watch list. All right, so we have BCEL. That's definitely a back burner for the mid-candle breakout. We got TMC, HYMC, mining stocks that are moving on up. We have HUSA, prior day mover, gapping up once again. We have MARPS, NINE, USWS, and USEG. Not to mention, we have IMPP moving on up again. We got to add that to it. INDO moving on up again. We need to add that to the watch list. MXC could show some potential today. And CEI, guys. Again, there's so many things moving. So let's do this. You go ahead and type up your top 3 stocks at this point in time. That's what I want everybody doing over on YouTube. And that's what I want you guys doing over on inside the chat as well. Type up your top 3 stocks that you're focusing on, and let's see if there's 1 or 2 stocks that everybody says. And if so, that's where we're going to put our focus today. So let's see what you guys are thinking. You know what's moving, why it's moving, and you know what stocks that I want to watch right out of the gate. But I want to see what you guys are thinking. Again, it can be very overwhelming, but again, let's make this simple. Let's simplify the process. No reason to overcomplicate things. No reason to be overwhelmed. If that means we remove 80% of this watch list and we leave 3 stocks on there, let's figure out what 3 stocks we would leave on that watch list, to not be overwhelmed, to simplify the process, and to really get to know these 3 stocks that we start picking on out, right? So Corey saying HUSA, USWS, and MARPS. Kamal, IMPP, and HUSA. So far we got 2 HUSAs. We got Steve saying HUSA. Muta saying HUSA. All right, so it looks like there's a consensus across the board that everybody really thinks HUSA could have another great day. So let's go ahead and check HUSA as a top stock to watch. USWS, MARPS, HYMC, USEG, MARPS, HUSA, NINE, HYMC, SPY. Yep, we're absolutely going to be watching the SPY. Looks like there's a lot of consensus around HUSA. We did mark that one up. All right, so we've at least got one at this point in time. HUSA. All right. Go ahead and type up ticker number 2, right? Not 3, not 2, just type up 1 ticker. We already came to a consensus, right? We've agreed that HUSA is going to be one of the top 3 stocks we watch. Everybody in their message, 80% of you guys said HUSA. Number 2, right? Is it MARPS, IMPP, INDO? What's the second stock that you think has the best opportunity for the day, like HUSA, that we should go ahead and mark on our watch list? USEG. All right, so we got a couple saying USEG. We got Cole saying USEG. We got Steve saying USEG. Mexoids and Chris, USEG. Robin, USEG. All right, so it looks like everybody's leaning towards USEG at this point in time. Tyrone, USEG. All right. So again, looks like there's a lot of people saying USEG. Let's go ahead and get USEG marked on up as well, guys. All right. Let's go ahead and mark that up. Last one. Again, we want at least 3. We can take this the next step further and go up to 5. But again, we got 2. We have HUSA. Everybody's saying this is the number 1 stock for the day. Number 2, you guys are saying USEG. All right. Number 3, what's the third stock that you think has the best opportunity for the day? Do you think it's going to be MARPS, NINE, USWS? Could it be a prior day mover like IMPP or INDO? Maybe it's MXC or CEI. Is it going to be one of these miners? Don't forget about these miners, guys, right? Do we have potential with TMC? Is there potential with HYMC, right? What's the third stock? We got NINE, all right. USWS. Andy saying USWS. Robin, USWS. We got Marvin, HYMC. Go ahead and type those up inside the chat, guys. What's that third stock that you think has the best opportunity? Right? And while you guys are still typing those up, we'll continue to scan through. See, we know why TMC and HYMC are up. And HYMC has room to 159. That's about 50% to the upside. So HYMC is absolutely worth watching. You know, this stock is breaking back above $1, and there is a small little gap to be filled here on HYMC, right at the 200 SMA. So I do like the technicals on HYMC personally. I do like MARPS as well. I'm trying to find a stock like HYMC that has yet to make a big time explosive move. Trying to find a stock that has yet to see a huge green day to the upside. So that could be HYMC. You know, MARPS, this would be day number 3 with a nice little gap up. Yeah, NINE, this would be day number 3 as well. USWS has some good potential. You know, IMPP, sky's the limit, guys. Sky's the limit on IMPP. You do have support back down at 840. So, I mean, I'm like an IMPP for another day up to maybe $10. You'd have great support back down at 833 to 840. We got a lot of HYMCs, right? We got a lot of people saying HYMC. And I would not disagree with that because HYMC has yet to make an explosive move. But again, it's a little bit different than the stocks that we're looking at, right? It's different than MARPS. It's different than NINE or USWS. These are energy, oil, gas related stocks. So HYMC and TMC are mining stocks. So again, a little bit of a different sector right there that you're really looking at with HYMC and TMC, just so you know, right? A lot of the focus is still, at this point in time, energy, oil, gas related stocks. So again, TMC and HMC are mining stocks. So a slight difference there. So just something to be mindful of. Knowing that 80%, 90% of the focus is with a different select group of stocks, we may not see that big time action on those two stocks like TMC or HYMC. But from a technical perspective, HYMC doesn't look bad at all. Are you guys having a hard time typing up in chat? So we got a lot of HYMCs. HYMC from Marvin, Mutaz, Chad saying HYMC. Steve saying, I think oil profits are going to move the metals. MARPS up a lot. Yes, MARPS is up 102%. I do like MARPS. Again, there's about 20 stocks that we could potentially look at, but there's no way that you're really looking at 20 stocks and trading 20 stocks. All right, so again, we have to eliminate some of these stocks and really focus on the stocks that we think have the best opportunity. All right, MARPS from Tyrone. Let's please add $ in front of our tickers team. All right, so if you guys please could simply just type in a $, MARPS. That's going to allow these interactive tickers to work, right? So again, the ticker search functionality will only work if we type in tickers in correct ticker format. And again, it allows the ticker functionality to work as well. So you got your interactive chart and you have your on-demand charting as well. So if we're not typing those in correct ticker format, the ticker search doesn't work, the interactive tickers and the charting doesn't work as well. All right, so please and thank you. But we got MARPS, HYMC. So there's a lot of HYMCs and there's a lot of MARPSs. All right, so let's go ahead and check both of those, right? Because you guys are on it, right? MARPS does have a lot of great potential for today, right? Definitely has a lot of great potential for today. HYMC, I think, has a lot of great potential as well. All right, so right now we've chosen HUSA. The consensus is HUSA has a lot of great potential. USEG has a lot of great potential. MARPS and HYMC. Last but not least, let's pick our fifth and final stock that we'll be watching right out of the gate. What's the fifth and final stock that you think has the best opportunity for the day? Is it CEI? Is it MXC? Is it INDO once again? Is it IMPP? Is it USWS, right? Again, there's a lot going on here today, guys. A little overwhelming, okay? So last but not least, let's get our fifth and final stock that we think has the best opportunity and the best potential for the day, guys. And these are gonna be the top 3 to 5 that we're watching, probably the first 15 to 30 minutes. After that 15 to 30 minutes, if we do see other stocks really stealing the activity, and those stocks are the ones ripping and running, we'll clean up the watch list and we'll refocus and re-identify the best stocks at that point in time. We got about 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. So while you guys are choosing the fifth and final stock that you think has the best opportunity for the day, I'm going to go ahead and create a poll real quick with these top 3 to 5 that we've already talked about. All right, so let's go ahead and create a poll. What stock do you guys think will do the best today out of the list that we just chose? So do we think the top stock today is going to be HYMC? Do we think the top stock of the day is going to be HUSA? Is it going to be MARPS? Do we think it's going to be USEG? And then what's that fifth and final stock that everybody's looking at? NINE, NINE. All right, so let's go ahead and cast a vote. So the poll is in, ladies and gentlemen. The poll is live, the poll is in. Cast your votes. What stock? Man, I got the hiccups. What stock do you think will do the best today? Do you think it's going to be HYMC, HUSA, MARPS, USEG, or NINE? Go ahead and cast your votes, ladies and gentlemen. What stock do you think is going to do the best today? I want to see everybody casting those votes right now at this point in time. I want to see everybody casting those votes. I want to see a clear winner from you guys inside the chat. So it's very easy. If you have your chat room popped out, you got your poll right here at the top. Simply click that and you can cast your vote. If you guys do not have your chat boxes popped out and you guys are actually inside of the chat room, you simply go right up here, recent polls. You can see it right here as well. Or if you simply come up here, you see what stock do you think will do the best today. Go ahead and cast those votes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what you guys are thinking. Seven votes. We got to get more than that, guys. We have over 60 members in chat today. So again, I want to see everybody casting those votes. Even if you don't know, I still want to see what you think has the best opportunity. I want to see everybody casting those votes today, guys. You have 2 minutes. Cast your vote. What are you guys thinking over on YouTube? Got HUSA. We got a lot of USEGs. USEG, HUSA, NINE. All right. So right now inside of chat, we have 38% of chat saying HYMC. We have 30% of chat saying HUSA. All right, guys, you got about 40 more seconds to get those votes casted. Got to find an easier way. I can't find it. HYMC, HUSA, 9. All right, so right now the consensus is 38% of chat saying HYMC at this point in time. So right now, let's go ahead and focus on HYMC right out of the gates. So let's go ahead and throw HYMC up. Throw this on a 1 minute time frame. Let's get prepared, ready to rock and roll. Again, we know the stock has room to, up towards around 158. We do want to see the stock holding above $1. Number two, the second stock that I want to be watching out of the gate, I would say this is tough because there's a lot of great opportunities, guys. I mean, it's tough because there's a lot of great. So I would personally say IMPP, and the main reason I would say IMPP because the sky's the limit, right? Look at all these other stocks. HUSA, right? If you go back and you look left, there's going to be some overhead resistance, right? Go take a look at, you know, like MARPS. There's going to be some overhead resistance. There's prior data, right? Prior levels. But when we go look at IMPP, right? The sky's the limit. Right? This stock has no overhead resistance. So I would say IMPP, guys. IMPP, we could see this pull on back towards around 840 to 875. So I would say IMPP is going to be my number two stock that I'm watching right out of the gate, simply because the sky is the limit. And right now, 44% in the chat saying HYMC. So HYMC is the number one stock out of the gate, guys. Right? HYMC, number one stock to be watching right out of the gate, followed by IMPP for a washout long to 875. And boom, baby! That's what I'm talking about. That's how we do it. You guys don't even know what's going on, do you? You guys don't even know what's going on. $1,230 on the day. $850 on IMPP. Why did I even trade IMPP? Washout long, 875. I nailed the dip right at 875 on IMPP, right out of the gate. 877, taking profits up over $9. Beautiful wash out long to 875 on IMPP. Caught the bounce, locked in 850, currently up $1,230 on the day. That's how we start our Tuesdays, baby. That's how we get going. Let's go. I'm excited. That was a good trade. I'm happy with that washout long. So again, if we know anything about stocks, when stocks are gapping up, you see profit taking, right? Why is 875 a level that I bought the dip, right? Well, 875 is a psychological level for penny stocks, resistance and support. Number two, it was that pre-market high, right around 875 as well. So we saw the stock open up, dropped down to 875. I took it for a quick washout long, right? It washed out to 875, bounced all the way up to 968, and then it dumped on over. But that was a nice, beautiful scalp opportunity for that washout long on IMPP. Right now, it is currently halted to the downside. So right now, we do have some support back down towards around, say like 750 over on IMPP. You have 1,000 shares of HYMC off the halt. Mr. Cole, way to come in. Way to make it happen. Ah! Good job. You forgot the very what? Very awesome. Let's get our day going, guys. Like I said, we're going to get some quick wins. We're going to make some money. We're going to lock in those big time profits. This is the market where we lock in big old profits. So right now we got HYMC halted at 9:30.40. We'll be live at 9:35.40. You got about 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go here on HYMC. You guys were right. Number one stock, HYMC. HUSA halted to the downside. Now HUSA has room to pull back to 13. MARPS halted to the downside as well. Let's see if we can have MARPS possibly stay above 25. NINE, quick little drop out of the gate. USWS, fading and falling. USEG. Watch USEG for the red to green move, guys. Just pulled back to $9 support. VWAP as well. If this stock starts breaking that open, look for a quick little U-shape. Boom. Break on out to high of day at 1074. Breaking over 1074 on USEG. This stock has room to 1248. IMPP halted to the downside. INDO fading a little bit. MXC, nothing happening. CEI. Now, I know a lot of you guys like these cheaper stocks like CEI. Watch for the break of the downtrend. Red to green move, break of the downtrend. You could look to go long up to 177. Over 177, you have room to $2 on CEI. So CEI is on high watch right now at this point in time for the potential red to green move, as well as a break of the downtrend. High watch, CEI. IMPP has room down to 750. I personally want to bring my attention on over to HYMC because we're going to be live in about 1 minute. We could see a nice little halt strategy here on HYMC. Right now we got bids at 135. I am looking for a potential halt strategy on HYMC, guys. So with HYMC, I would ideally like to see this stock gap up out of the halt. Since it's a dollar stock, we're talking 5 to 10 cents at most. So 135 to 140, I want to see it gap up, come right on down to this 129 level, see buyers move back in off the halt level. We have potential to rip up to 158. Now, if we do not hold the halt level at 129 and we do fall down below, support is back down at 110. Anything below 110, you have $1 support on HYMC. We should be live in 3, 2, 1. Doesn't look like we're going to get a gap up. Oh, there's your gap up. Did not wash out to the halt level, though, guys. It's got to wash out to those halt levels for those halt strategies. It's got to be initial and quick, right? Why did I not take HYMC? Why did I just sit on the sidelines with HYMC? It gapped up, but it just sat there, right? When these stocks gap up out of halts, immediately you want to see it boom, right down to the halt level, and then immediately go green on that candle. It opened, and it just sat there. Didn't really do anything. Just kind of sat there, 5 seconds. It wasn't the gap up, immediate wash out to the 129 and that rip on up. So the second we started cracking below 129, you guys should have been getting out to avoid being stuck in a halt to the downside. Cole, please tell me you locked in profits. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Way to make it happen. Let's go. Good stuff, Cole. Not being greedy, locking in those profits. You grab what, 30% out of that trade, 20%? That's what I'm talking about, baby. Good job, buddy. All right, let's find the next best opportunity, right? We're only 6 minutes in and we are crushing it. We got traders locking in some profits on HYMC. Good job, Cole, and everybody else. HUSA. Again, support on HUSA. It's trying to hold above yesterday's spiking high. But looking at this pre-market level, you got $13 support at this point in time. Right around $13 is a good level of support for HUSA. So if we can stay and hold above 13 on HUSA and see a nice little U-shaped recovery, you have potential to get a nice little $3 to $4 move to the upside. So HUSA is on high watch above $13 support. If we can set up here and we can hold above 13 and get a nice little reversal formation, we do have potential back up to 16 and then 1730. HUSA right now at this point in time is on high watch. We are live on MARPS. If MARPS breaks over 30, sky's the limit. You have room to 35 and then 40. There was your really ugly but red to green move on USEG, and USEG is currently halted right now at this point in time, and I actually like where the stock is halted. I like that it's halted right at those pre-market highs. So again, halt strategy inbound. USEG. On a $10 stock, we probably want to see this gap up about 30 cents. So I'd like to see this open somewhere around 11, get that immediate washout right down to the halt level at 1067, and then a bounce and a rip on up. We do have potential to $12.48 here on USEG. So again, the way these halt strategies should play out for an ideal halt strategy, right, is again, you want to see a stock like this. I would say gap up about 30 cents. So you'd see the candle open here, right? And immediately, the second the stock goes live, you see the stock pull back right to the halt level, 1067, and then immediately buyers come in and you see this red candle turn green for another rip to the upside. So again, about a 30 to 40 cent gap up right around 11, an immediate wash out to 1067, see buyers move in for that quick rip back over 11, and again, you have potential to, what was it, 1250? You can put stops below 1050 on this. So USEG was halted at 937.39. We'll be live at 942.39. We got about a couple more minutes to go, but USEG, I am absolutely watching this for a halt strategy. There was your nice red to green move, break of the downtrend, CEI. You guys do not need me to force your hand to take trades. Clean setup, great trade. Nice decreasing volume pullback off the open. Nice doji candle on increased volume above the VWAP. Nice break of the downtrend and a red to green move. You guys could have been making your entries at 170. You guys are locking in substantial profits on CEI. If you guys grab that red to green move, break of the downtrend, congratulations. That was a beautiful chart. I mean, this is just beautiful. This just has BEA beautiful written all over it. So again, like we said, the first 15 to 30 minutes, head's going to kind of be on a swivel. Really looking to see what stocks have the best potential, guys. And right now, definitely looking like it's going to be USEG. Not so much USWS. You got NINE trying to rip on up as well, currently halted. There's a lot of stuff going on, guys. There's a lot of stuff moving. You got MARPS halted again. But let's really just take a step back and identify what stocks really do indeed have the best of the best opportunity. The ones that are giving us great chart formations. And that CEI was a great chart formation. Red to green move, followed by a break of that downtrend. What an exceptional 30-cent pop to the upside. That was just absolutely beautiful. So USEG is the next stock that I'm watching. This stock should be live 942.39. So we got about 1 minute to go here on USEG. All right, so I am looking at USEG for the halt strategy. Right now we have 1041 on the bid. It looks like it's actually going to gap down. It's got to gap up towards around 11 bucks and get that washout to 1067, and then an immediate follow through so we can scalp this potentially up to 1248. Everything's halted, guys. Everything's halting. HYMC, NINE, IMPP. I mean, there's a lot of stocks halting across the board, but right now we have a strategy, right? There is an opportunity that has 80% win rate in front of us. That's the halt strategy with USEG. So I know there's a lot of other stocks moving, but what stock is giving us an opportunity? A setup, a strategy? That's potentially USEG if we gap up towards around 11 bucks. Right now, it looks like we're going to possibly gap down. We should be live right now. Look at that gap down. I kind of want to take it for a re-break at that 1075. It has a lot of great potential. I still may take this for a break back above that halt level. We see it happen a lot. Let's see, is it going to keep going? It's not really taking on off the way I want. I'm going to go ahead and lock it up. I'll take 200 bucks on USEG. Man, we are fired up today, guys. Man, that was a quick trade. USEG took it for the re-break of the halt level like I called out. If we start breaking that halt level, we could absolutely see it rip on up. I jumped in for the break of that halt level. I took it for a quick little 40-cent move there. USEG, quick little 206, 1,400 bucks on the day. I mean, there's opportunities left and right. You just have to identify the opportunity, understand what you need to see to get involved, and then simply react. And that's all I did with USEG. I had a plan. My first plan was I wanted to see this gap up, wash out to the halt level, and then follow through. We actually gapped down, but we didn't dump after the gap down. So I said, hey, we're not dumping. If we do break that halt level, I'm looking to take this long for the next leg up. I had a different approach. I had a plan. Broke 1067, I got long, boom. Nice little dollar pop to the upside, USEG. So INDO and IMPP not really looking all that great, but right now USEG is holding strong, guys. USEG definitely a top stock that we should be watching at this point in time. USWS, watch for the double bottom reversal above 289 support. So if this stock gets a proper double bottom reversal back above the VWAP, you could have some opportunity here to the upside. If you do start cracking below 289, you need to cut that quick because you do have room back down to 240 on USWS. NINE, not a fan. It's just all over the place. MARPS, not a fan. It's all over the place. Same thing with HUSA. Not a fan. It's all over the place. Currently halted to the downside. HYMC, really not a fan of this stock. We dropped back below $1. Not a fan at this point in time. TMC is the other mining stock. And TMC right now has potential up towards around 304. Let's see if this one can hold on up. So right now, I would say the new top stocks, right? Again, we're chameleons. We're adapting. We're looking at the charts. Which ones are holding up? Which ones are dumping on off? TMC is trying to hold on up. I think that's a stock that we should definitely keep on watch as a top stock right now. HYMC, not at this point in time. HUSA, not at this point in time. MARPS, it's just a little all over the place. We've had multiple halts, but it is still trying to hold on up. So I would say MARPS is still a great opportunity. MARPS, and this is absolutely a stock that I would consider getting long in for that re-break over 30 bucks. But I don't like the spread. The spread's about $1 to $1.50. That's going to make it really challenging to get involved. NINE is just not looking the best here, guys. USWS cracking below 289. USEG is definitely a top stock. IMPP is not. INDO is not. MXC is not. But CEI is. So here are the new top stocks that we currently have on watch based on what we've seen the first 16 minutes out of the gate. CEI, definitely a top stock. USEG, definitely one of our top stocks. MARPS, for now, it's still a top stock. And TMC, not anymore. Everything else is just a little messy. HYMC is messy. HUSA halted to the downside. NINE just too messy, halted to the downside. USWS not holding levels of support. INPP, INDO both halted to the downside. MXC not looking the best. So right now it's CEI, USEG, and MARP. I'm not even going to say MARPS. The stock is now getting halted to the downside. You see how things can shift very quickly, right? Within literally the first 17 minutes, we now have a different select group of stocks that have the best potential for the day, because everything else is just messy, gapping down, not setting up. But the stocks that have had the opportunity, we've identified those. We've taken advantage of them. Nice, John locked in $1,400 on HYMC. Good job. So I'm going to put a lot of my focus here on CEI. CEI is actually going off to the side chart. I do want to keep this one on watch. If CEI can break this downtrend, we do have room back up to $2. And then if we can break $2, we have room to 225 and then 244 on CEI. And CEI right now, right here, guys, this would be a potential trade. Stops below 180. If you start breaking this downtrend, you could absolutely see a high day break and the continuation higher. Stops below 180 on CEI. And we just hit resistance on USEG. So resistance was at 248. How much higher could USEG go? Next level of resistance is 1363 on USEG. So I would say 1363 would be your next level to lock in some profits if you guys are currently still holding USEG. So if you were getting in right here off the VWAP on the fourth 1 minute candle, Josh, so again, you got your nice little pullback into the VWAP, you had a doji, and you saw that reversal. So if you were in on that fourth candle at 1397, my question is, why were you not locking in profits? You had over $1 per share in profits. You should have been locking in something, right? As we've been saying, these stocks move up quick, but they move down just as quick. We have to be in a position to lock in profits quickly, bring the stop loss up to break even if we're still holding a small size as a runner. And if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. So my question would be, if you were in on that fourth 1 minute candle off the VWAP, off the doji, and you got that dollar push, you should have been scaling out, locking in profits. If you took half your position for a dollar move, your stop would have then break even on the rest. You still would have walked away profitable on HUSA. Right now, it's really hard to tell where this is going next. You're sitting right at $13 support on HUSA, but you're also halted to the downside. So if you see this gap down below 13 out of the halt, you do have potential to fall back down to 1206 on HUSA. Right underneath those lows. Oh, come on, TD Ameritrade. There we go. Right underneath those lows. Right around 1205. So, in a perfect world, to save you on this trade, if you don't gap up or down, if you just open where we closed on this halt, you could see this bounce on up to the VWAP. That's going to be your break even. I would highly, highly consider getting out of this losing trade at break even or slightly green if you can. So again, if this doesn't dump on down the 12, if this opens right at the halt level, you could see a quick little dollar pop. And if you get that quick dollar pop, it may be in your best interest to go ahead and just get out at break even. Why not continue to hold in case it rips higher? We've already realized you've made a slight mistake, right? You got in, great entry, you didn't take profits. Now your plan is to take this potential losing trade into a break even or a slight winner, take a step back, disconnect, and just learn from this trade. You have to do that in the moment, right? If you can get out at break even or slightly green, that should be your new plan. Not to be greedy, to hope that it turns back into a big winner. But get out, break even, slightly profitable, disconnect, take a step back, and really dissect that trade and really learn from the trade and take some notes. What can you do different on your next trade to be profitable? And then once you're refreshed, you're re-prepared in a better mindset, come back and reapproach the market, and you're going to remember to lock in profits like you should have on HUSA, and that's going to put you in a much better mindset to continue to attack this day. I can't say how many times as a new trader I've been in this position, right? I start to see a little bit of green, and greed comes back into play, right? I'm like, oh, I was down 500. Oh, I'm up 100, 200. I'm going to hold. I'm going to be greedy. And then I take even bigger of a loss. Based on personal experience, if you even get close to back to break even or slightly in the green, I think the disciplined thing to do is go ahead and walk away from the trade and say, you know what? I'm very fortunate that I was able to walk away at break even, not lose anything, not make anything. I'm very fortunate that I had the opportunity to get out of this trade at break even. And I really think you should take that step back and disconnect and learn from this and get a sticky note. Lock in profits, right? Be prepared to lock in profits quick, especially with penny stocks that are absolutely on fire. I mean, $1, $2 moves at a time. We have to be quick to lock in profits. Absolutely, 100%. CEI, if you guys were getting into CEI, I would consider, possibly stepping away from that trade. It should have already broken that downtrend, and it's really struggling to do so. So absolutely, if this thing comes down to 178, you guys are walking away from CEI. But CEI right now just doesn't look like it's going to get that break of the downtrend. So IMPP is still moving lower. So IMPP having its first little red day out of the gates. USEG hit our 1363. So let's go ahead and mark up our next level to the upside. Where could we see the stock go next? I would say USEG, we would have some potential to 15 bucks next. I mean, oil is absolutely on a tear today. Oil is just skyrocketing right now at this point in time. But a lot of these small caps are not moving in correlation, right? For the last, couple of weeks, big time movers. Now we're starting to see that profit taking, right? We know that these moves are not sustainable. We know that with these small cap, low float pennies, right? We know that eventually you're going to get some big time profit taking. There's going to be some panic and some fear move in because these stocks and these levels are not sustainable. And that's kind of what we're seeing across the board. We're starting to see the first red day. We're starting to see some initial profit taking, and traders that are still holding some of these stocks, they're simply panicking, which is causing the stocks to to pull back even harder. But once we see these stocks level on off, and once the fear is removed, we can absolutely start to see those buyers step back in. So these stocks are still in play, but right now, they're getting those pretty strong pullbacks, guys. Pretty strong pullbacks. MARPS is halted to the downside. NINE is way too choppy for me. USWS, still downtrending, but it's trying to reverse here. So USWS, we should absolutely keep this one on watch. USEG getting halted to the downside. IMPP, another halt to the downside. INDO still halted to the downside. MXC halted to the downside. CEI starting to pull back pretty aggressively as now. So we're 26 minutes in. Big time opportunity out of the gate. CEI, what an awesome trade. IMPP, beautiful. USEG, MARPS, fantastic. But right now, we're starting to see a lot of profit taking. Starting to see a lot of traders close out of those positions, and a lot of traders doing that, causing these stocks to pull back really hard. and halt to the downside. So right now is the time to take a step back, right? We found the opportunities. We identified the opportunities. We locked in some big time profits. But now we see the fear. We see a lot of profit taking. Stocks are dumping on off really hard. Sit back on your hands and wait for these stocks to calm down, set back up, reestablish themselves, right? Be confident. Sit back and relax. We're still only 27 minutes into the day. So again, CEI pulling back. MXC halted to the downside. INDO halted to the downside. IMPP halted to the downside. IMPP, guys, we just want to find the next best level of support on these stocks to see if these stocks are actually going to hold on up. So I would say IMPP, if we can hold on up above 6, we're still in play. INDO, if we can stay above 50, we're still in play. MXC, like 25. I would actually pull this back to 25. I know it's a little bit lower, but I'd say 25. If we can stay above 25 on MXC, I mean, we're still in play there. We're just looking at some of our levels. How far could these stocks continue to pull on back? USWS has room to 240 in INE. Man, halted up, now halted down. And INE has room to 409. MARPS has room down to 2075. HUSA supports right around 10. HYMC, no love. So right now we sit back, guys. This market is absolutely on fire, but we're seeing a lot of fear, right? There's a lot of traders, newer traders, right, that are just buying these stocks thinking, right, that, oh, I can win, right? Look at HUSA. If I would have just bought this stock at the open yesterday, right, I would have made $10 a share. I would have made 400%. Let me just buy all of these stocks at the open. Traders are rushing in with no plan, buying HYMC for no apparent reason, just thinking it could do what HUSA did. Look at that. It's down substantially. We're not buying for no apparent reason. We have a plan. We know how to trade these stocks. We find a great opportunity. We get in. We start locking in profits. We get paid. We're not bag holders. We're not here looking for these home runs. We're looking for base hits. If a base hit turns into a home run, that's a different story. But we're not aiming for home runs. If you're aiming for home runs, you're currently getting your butt handed to you on every stock. Every stock is currently fading and falling or halted to the downside. So again, you have to use this as an example, right? What's the example, right? What's the learning lesson today? Just because you see HUSA, for example, rip 500% yesterday doesn't mean you just come in without a plan and buy a stock hoping it does what HUSA did yesterday. Because if that was your approach, you would have been maybe buying INDO, you're down. Maybe you just jumped into IMPP. Unfortunately, you're down. USEG, you would have been right. But what if you didn't pick USEG? What if you would have picked USWS? You're down. What if you would have picked NINE? What if you would have picked MARPS, right? You have to have a plan. You have to have a strategy, right? I'm trying to identify the stock that can be like HUSA. But again, I'm not just jumping in blindly to a stock, right? I'm day trading right now, looking to see where the best opportunity is, and I still don't know. That's why we're scalping the market, quick opportunities, quick profits. Once we start to really identify, all right, this is the stock. This is the next HUSA. Now it's time to get in and look for a nice all-day hold to see if that stock can rip 100, 200, 300%. We will have a plan at that point in time. But again, there has been no reason whatsoever to just buy a stock when it opens, hoping it's going to be the next 400% mover. Because right now, that approach is not working. So right now, the markets, there's a lot of fear, right? That's just how we sum it up. There is a lot of fear in the market. There's traders panicking right now. Traders that were swinging MARPS, they're panicking. It's halted to the downside. NINE, panicking, halts to the downside. We have to wait for these stocks to come down to levels of support and prove themselves once again, right? Hold a level of support, put in some market structure, give us a reversal formation, something. There has to be a reason. But right now, take your setup, like Jake said, and lock in your profits. We are not greedy. I talk about this all the time. For every 10 trades you take, if you're greedy on all of them, 20% of those trades will be big time home runs and you'll make a crap load of money. But if you're greedy across the board, the other 8 trades that turn into losers are going to overweigh, right? Are going to outweigh those 20% home runs because you're going to take big time losses on those other 80% of those trades. You always have to have the same approach. No greed, no FOMO, discipline, consistency. I get in with a good setup, I lock in my profits, and I'm done for now. If that base hit turns into a home run, so be it. But we're not focused on finding home runs. We're focused on locking in those base hit profits. Addison, listening to this has saved me from so many bad trades. Thank you. Absolutely. 100%. Not a lot of people talk about this side of trading, right? The tough love, right? That side. But again, it's what traders need to hear. It's not what traders want to hear. It can be discouraging. It could come off as negative, but it's not. It's all positive. There's a reason that I preach, right? What I preach. Not a lot of people talk about the side of trading, but it's the reality. And that's how you have to approach the market if you want to stay consistently profitable. So I'm glad that it's sinking in. I'm glad that the tough love is working. And it's held you back from taking some bad trades, and you're sitting back not losing money. You're sitting back waiting for the next best opportunity. So IMPP does have that support at 605. We're not yet ready for that trade. USEG, we have nothing here yet. USWS is getting hit really hard to the downside. NINE is still dumping on off. MARPS, another halt to the downside. HUSA, another halt to the downside. HYMC, trying to bounce on up, but it's not yet ready for a trade. TMC has a lot of good potential, but again, there's no setup. There's no strategy with TMC. And BCEL says we're not doing a mid-candle today. We're not doing a mid-candle today. So is there anything that we're currently missing at this point in time? ENSV, do we have any consistency somewhere? Is there one stock that's just moving up consistently, not a lot of volatility, not a lot of halts? Well, ENSV has not been halted. It seems to be a more consistent mover with ENSV. So right now, let's shift our attention to this consistent mover. And that consistent mover is ENSV, 11 million in float, trading very good volume, up 116%. This is the most consistent stock that we have at this point in time is ENSV. So right now, all eyes are going to be on ENSV, right? CEI is just dumping on off here a little bit. USEG, no setup. Very volatile, very all over the place. USWS, cracking on down. NINE, nothing. MARPS, is there anything there? No. HUSA, no. HYMC, not yet. TMC, not yet. But I would say if we chose another 3 stocks at this point in time that have the best potential, it's absolutely going to be ENSV, the number 1. Number 2 is TMC. So TMC's breaking 257. Where could we see TMC go? We have that low on the daily right around 284. So that would be a good little level of resistance, a profit-taking level. Obviously, you have 3 buckaroos up towards around 340. And then $4. Over $4. This thing has a clear shot to 5. So TMC has a reason to be moving to lower float stock. Let's keep TMC on high watch. This is a pretty consistent mover. If we can break and hold over that 257, we have a lot of potential to 284 and then 3. Anything over 3, you got 339, 399, and then $5. So TMC, one of the top stocks that I want to be watching. And then ENSV is number 2. And ENSV, we're looking for a simple break of the downtrend team, right? Simple break of the downtrend, get long, Stops go underneath support. Your targets are going to be these prior highs. So you have like a 680 target and then a 725 target on ENSV. You got to wait for the break of the downtrend. On volume, your prior highs, if you look left, your prior highs are targets, right? Those are levels that you lock in profits, and your stops go underneath that previous low. So if this is the break of the downtrend, your stops would have to be at like 503, or put them back below the VWAP at 550. Target would be 681, 7, and then up towards around 720 to 740. Mootas saying, I would have been in all of these positions prior to Josh's live. And this is why I go live in the mornings, guys, right? Not every day is a hot day like today. Not every day is an action-packed day, but there's so much value in these streams, right? Just a different perspective. Someone else just overviewing the market, really breaking things down. Maybe you start to hear and see things, and it changes your perspective on how you should approach the day. Like Mutaz said, if it wasn't for the live stream, he would have been in all of these positions. And if Mutaz was in every position, unfortunately, he'd be taking some big time losses. But again, these streams do help out, and that's why I like to do these for you guys. We're not doing free stream Wednesday. We're doing it today. We're already live. The market's on fire. We have some quick wins. It seems like this stream is really helping a lot of you guys out. Let's go ahead and do a free stream today instead of Wednesday. Sound good? I think we're good with that. We'll do free stream Tuesday. So let's start cleaning this watch list, right? I think it's time to clean up the watch list. It's 10:08, right? So let's go ahead and start from top to bottom. Obviously, we're not taking TMC off the watch list. This stock is now starting to break on out. We're not taking ENSV off the watch list. You guys have a nice downtrend break trade. We just called it out. We alerted it. Targets, stop losses. You guys are all set on ENSV. Should we keep HYMC on watch? Yes or no? HYMC, should we keep the stock on watch or remove it from the watch list? Yeah, the SPY's getting hit hard. We have 410 and then $400. Remember, I wanted those multi-month puts as of last Thursday. So we're doing pretty good there on SPY puts. So what do you guys think? HYMC, keep it or leave it? I'm going to say leave it. HUSA, keep it or leave it? So keep it, stays on the watch list. Leave it, it comes on off. I say leave it alone. Come off the watch list. And we can come back to it, right? I want to clean up because we got like 13 stocks on the watch list. HUSA, keep it or leave it? I'm going to say for now, taking it off the watch list. MARPS, keep it or leave it? HYMC is consolidating, but we clearly have better opportunity out there, right? ENSV was a textbook downtrend break, right? Breaking that downtrend, volume moving in, you got a quick little pop. Now, you didn't hit target to the penny, but you got damn close, right? Our target was 680. You hit 660. Are you that greedy over 20 cents? You shouldn't be, right? You have a target in sight, and you need a target to build a plan. But again, you got a quick, what was that? That was like a dollar move to the upside. You can't be greedy to take a dollar. You can't be greedy over 20 cents. You had a clean trade. You had a great break. Nice little dollar push, ENSV. MARPS, keep it or leave it? Keep it? All right, let's keep it. NINE, keep it or leave it? Mexoids, that's awesome, man. The level 2 lesson just helped not to take a bad trade. That's what I'm talking about. Keep it. I would say keep it for now. It's just a really ugly chart. It's really ugly. It's not really doing a lot, but it could start moving on up. USWS, I want to keep it on watch above that 240. That's the 200 SMA, and see if it just reverses. USEG, we still need to keep that one on watch. IMPP is getting hit hard. We can take IMPP off the watch list for now. We can take INDO off the watch list for now. We can take MXC off the watch list for now. We're definitely going to be keeping CEI on the watch list, and you have a trade right now, team, on CEI, right? So breaking the VWAP as well as the downtrend with volume confirms your entry. So you can have a 170 entry. Stops would be underneath that prior low at 152. You're going to be risking 18 cents. Can you get 40 cents to the upside? That means you got to get 210. That's highly unrealistic because your target would be high a day. Not a good 2-to-1 setup, but there is a good setup. It's not a good risk reward, right? It's a 1-to-1, but it's a good chart formation, right? You have the potential break of the downtrend coming on up, potential break of the VWAP coming on up, and it's a slight inverse head and shoulders formation. So again, if we can hold above 160 and see buyers move on in, breaking the downtrend and the VWAP, you absolutely have potential back up into the 188s to 198. Yep, so you have a couple separate things. You got that inverse head and shoulders possibly setting on up. Break of the downtrend could be a nice little boom, boom, bang strategy on CEI. I love a good boom, boom, bang. Followed by a break of the VWAP. You could see some action here, but you have to start to see that break with volume over 170 before you even think about trading that stock. USEG is now halted to the downside. USWS still fading and falling. NINE is an ugly chart. MARPS halted to the downside. TMC is a fucking beast, right? This is the #1 stock at this point in time. This stock has potential to $5. I'm waiting for a pullback to get long on TMC. 275 pullback, I'll look to go long on TMC. Right now, TMC is the new #1 stock to watch. I want to see a 275 pullback. We could see it pull back towards around 250, but as long as we hold above that 250 to 257, we're still in play on TMC. We haven't even looked at the SPY and the Qs because there's so much opportunity with small caps. So those puts pay, baby. We were all over those puts on the SPY from last week. Same thing with the Qs. Absolutely crushing those trades there. And then UVXY is obviously on a tear right now. So once small caps start slowing on down, if they start slowing on down, we'll take our attention on over to the SPY and the Qs. But right now, guys, it's clear that there's a lot of great opportunity on these small caps. So TMC, definitely the #1 stock that we're watching. The #2 stock that we're watching is going to be ENSV. I don't think we're missing anything. We talked about TMC, NINE, ENSV, HYMC. I think we're all set, guys. Keep HYMC, if you guys are still watching this, above 80 cents. You do have decent 80-cent support. You're starting to form a little bit of a bottom here. You got a nice little double bottom. It's starting to form a reversal. Support's right at 78 cents. Resistance is $1, $1.10, $1.29, and then that high of day. So HYMC should still be on watch for this potential double bottom reversal. Will TMC just slow down for me so I can get a freaking entry? Will TMC slow down so I can get an entry? Come on now. Come on, TMC. But we're going to nail it, guys. I tell you what, no matter what, there's going to be a trade that presents itself. We're going to nail it. Let's go ahead and do this. Who's got some profits on the day? Right? I know a lot of you guys were crushing HYMC out of the gate. I know a lot of you guys were trading TMC. Let's go ahead and do a profit count. Let's see how much money is being made so far in the market. Inside of chat, post up those profits in profits chat. Over on YouTube, type up how much you are up on the day. I want to get fired up. I want to see these profits, guys. All right, so if you guys are in TMC, keep going. Don't pull back for Josh. Just keep going. I wanted to pull back for Josh because I want to get a little trade here. Hey, that was a nasty pullback, guys. That was a really nasty pullback. I'm still watching ENSV. ENSV has a lot of great potential, team. ENSV still has a lot of great potential, and I may be entering a trade coming on up. I give it about another minute or so. Ooh, doo-doo-doo. Landon says, sitting on the hand so long they're purple. Hey, if you're not confident in the market and the market's just too volatile, you know, it's okay. I'll be the first one to say it's okay to sit back. It's okay to sit on the sidelines. But if you are sitting on the sidelines, you're like, man, I want to get involved. I just don't want to trade this volatility, right? Because things are moving quick and fast. You could scale back your size, right? If you're used to trading 500 to 1,000 shares, but you're like, man, the market's just too volatile to take that much risk if I am on the wrong side of the trade. Cut it back to 100 shares. Take it to 200 shares. You can still trade the market. You're going to really reduce your risk. Yeah, you're reducing your profit potential, but at least you're putting yourself in position to be able to manage that risk. So you don't have to go in full size, right? If you're not really confident with the market because things are moving quick, you could absolutely scale back to a very smaller position size and still make profit. But at the same time, putting yourself in a position to really reduce the risk if you are on the wrong side of the trade, right? So you could always scale back. Nice. Austin, 5%. Andy, 534. 2,000 on TMC. Way to go. Way to go. So, I mean, look, it's all over the place. You hit a high day at 320. It dumps on off to 270, and then it rips back up to 3. Very volatile day, guys, right? These penny stocks are moving quick and fast. But this is a day that you really work on patience, right? Most new traders, they see something like this. They say, oh, it's going to start moving back up again. They're buying here. It's not yet ready. It hasn't set up. Why in the world are you buying TMC right here? There's no reason to be buying it here. But a lot of newer traders, they see this candle and they're like, oh, I got to buy it. It's going to start going. There's no setup. There's no strategy, right? The market's just volatile. It pops up quick. It drops off quick. You still need good A+ setups. Do not fall into the trap of just buying something because it's moving up. Make sure you're patient and disciplined and wait for the best opportunity to present itself. So the only thing that I'm seeing right now that has potential, we have a slight reversal formation on HYMC. So we could absolutely start to see this reverse on up. Your stops right now would be below 78. Your target is going to be VWAP, $1, and then 110 on HYMC. CEI, boom, boom, bang, right? The boom, boom, bangarang. Look for the simple break of this downtrend. You have potential to VWAP, and then back up to the 188 level. And here's my suggestion. If anybody is red, okay, just understand that it's inevitable. There will be losses in the market. But what you should do, if you are red, what should you do? Understand, okay, I'm not a bad trader. It's just a red trade. Red trades happen. Losses happen. Learn from the trade. Disconnect right now. Shut down your broker if you have to. And what you should be doing for the next 5 minutes to 10 minutes is reviewing that trade. So if you guys are down, disconnect, step back, review the trade, dissect the crap out of it. Try and figure out what went wrong. Don't only look at what went wrong, but try to identify what you did right. How can you make improvements on that red trade to see better results on your next trade? Disconnect, get your mind in the right place, refocus, understand what happened, and know what you need to do differently for the next trade to see better results. Come back refreshed and just go ahead and hit a new start of the day. Just hit your reset button. After you get prepared and review your trades, right? Before you come back into the market after disconnecting, hit the reset button. You can't do anything about that trade you just took. The only thing you can do is learn from the trade. Take away some positives. What can you do differently on the next trade to see better results? That's the only thing you're taking with you. Take that with you, hit reset, start your day from today and move forward and take the best of the best trades, and do not let a loss hold you back from the opportunities that are in front of us. But again, it's hard to disconnect. It's hard to separate ourselves from those losses. You got to do it. You got to step back. You got to disconnect. And the easiest way to overcome that is log your trade, write it down, figure out what you did wrong and what you can do better next time around. Come back, hit reset. You're focused. You're in a good mindset. You're ready to attack. And you guys will come back to the green. Like yesterday, I was down $1,100 to start the day, right? I broke even yesterday, but I was down $1,100. What did I do? I took a step back, I disconnected, I understood what I did wrong and what I needed to do differently, and I was able to battle back to a break-even day. So that's what you guys have to do. It's easier said than done, but you just have to make the attempt to do it. So CEI, I know we were looking at this for a boom, boom, bang, which is what we call a downtrend break, but look at the volume. As we broke the downtrend, we don't have the big time buying volume that we want to see when we break a level of resistance. I would not be looking to take CEI. It's just not an A+ setup. It's like an average C setup. If we had volume, that'd be an A+ setup all day. I would take it, but we don't have that volume breaking the downtrend, which again, volume is key. Volume is like 80% of what we need. So again, not seeing the volume, not taking the trade on CEI. ENSV, rolling on over. HYMC is consolidating above 78-cent support. As long as we do not make a new low of day, you still have potential to the VWAP, $1 and $1.10. But again, that volume on CEI, not what you want to see. You have support at $10 on USEG. So you do have a potential downtrend break strategy setting on up. As long as you put in a double bottom here, right above 10 bucks, and you start to bounce back up, and if we start to break this downtrend with buying volume, this is another downtrend break opportunity. But it cannot make a lower low. It has to hold at least a double bottom, and we need to see some buying volume move back in towards the downtrend. See, just like that, boom, no reason to take the trade. You see how we're walking through the trade? We're building a plan on the trade, and as we're building that plan, understanding what we need to see, it cracks below, we never had a reason to take the trade. So just by taking a step back and building a plan in the moment, every now and then, we don't get the trade in the first place. As a new trader, you start to see a potential double bottom, you're buying it without a plan, you're taking an unnecessary loss. Professional trader, you see a double bottom, you start building a plan. As you're building the plan, the trade cancels out. It's null and void. You never had a reason to take the trade, but by building that plan, it allowed you to take a step back and not prematurely enter a trade and get caught in a halt to the downside, because we are halting to the downside right now on USEG, currently halted down. So right now we're looking for TMC to settle on out for us, level on up. And really that's all we have right now at this point in time, guys. Really the only stock that's worth watching is TMC. And the simple fact that small caps are definitely having a pretty nasty day. We're not seeing that hype and that movement like we have been seeing the past week or two. We may just go ahead and shift our focus over to the SPY and the Qs and trade some options. Langston, what's the best way to get scanners similar to these? Well, these are Trade Ideas Pro scanners. I pay about $2,400 a year. The easiest way to get these scanners for less than signing up yourself is to join the team, right? I stream these live every single day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 12 hours a day, Monday through Friday. I stream pre-market scanners, intraday scanners, and post-market scanners. Again, my subscription's about $2,400 a year. but I stream that to our members absolutely free as a part of their membership. So that's the easiest way to get those scanners and to save about 50%. And not to mention, you get to trade with me and the team live every single day. Andy, should you lock in a 50% gain on TMC? I would at least take half. I'm not going to tell you to lock in 100% because this stock could hit $5 today. But I would definitely recommend locking in something. Pull some money from the market, right? You got to take some money from the market. Market's giving you an opportunity to get paid. You got to get paid. I'm not saying close up 100%. I'm saying close up something, get paid, and ride the rest of this trade risk-free. If you get stopped out at break even on your remainder position, guess what? You're still locking in profits because you're locking in profits right now. Team, ladies and gentlemen in chat, you got to tell me to calm down because I'm feeling the urge. I'm feeling the urge of generosity right now to do some giveaways with you guys. Number one, inside of chat, possibly some giveaways for our viewers over on YouTube as well. I'm feeling very generous today. Maybe some cash giveaways. We got some gear. I mean, I'm feeling very generous, and I'm also feeling generous to extend our soft launch discount today because, again, just the market's on fire. Everybody loves the stream. We got people making some great profits. They're learning. Ah, man, I'm telling you what, I get these days that I just feel really generous, but at least I want to do some giveaways. So you guys got to hold me back on the extension of the discounts. I get a little crazy at times with giving the house away, I feel like. So hold me back, team. Hold me accountable here. I need your help. And Corey, I need to reach out to you at some point in time, buddy. So shoot me an email. Maybe you shoot me a text. I don't know if you have my number, but I do need to reach out to you. I have a proposition for you, buddy, if you're interested. What? Proposition? What? I talked a little bit about it last week. I hinted on it, right? A little bit of a hint. USEG still halted down. USWS. Went to the bathroom. Would you take 40% from here? Yeah, absolutely. You're still at 40%. Let me ask you this. How often do people make 40% on their investment? Right? How many people can say that I just made 40% return on my investment? Not a lot. So absolutely, take something at 40%. Take something at 30%. Take something at 20%. You should always be in the mindset to lock in some type of profits. So right now, I don't see any reason to jump into anything. Things are slowing down. Things are still fading and falling. We need to see these stocks set back up. I have no positions right now open at this point in time. I only had my 3 trades. IMPP for the washout long, USEG for the halt break, MARPS for the downtrend break in pre-market. Since then, I've taken 0 trades, and I have no intentions on entering a new position at this point in time. Because there's nothing set up. There are no opportunities in front of us. And right now, we're just kind of taking a peek. The only thing that we saw was HYMC for that reversal above 78 support. You just hit first target, which was the VWAP. So when you hit first target, ladies and gentlemen, you lock in something, whether that's a fourth, a third, or half of your position, right? Let's say you guys got long at 82 cents. You just hit VWAP, that's your first target. Let's say you lock in half. You just locked in half, you got paid. What do you do with your other half? You put a hard stop at break even. If the stock comes down and stops you out at break even, you are risk-free on that position regardless. You still locked in the initial profit that you took when you sold half your position at your first target. But if HYMC doesn't come down and it doesn't stop you out on your runner, you still have potential to $1 to continue locking in profits. You have potential to 110, 120 to keep locking in profits, but you should always put yourself in the best possible position. And what is that? When you hit a target, you lock in something and you bring your stop loss up to break even on the rest, and you ride that trade risk-free just in case it goes another 50% or 100% to the upside. So right now, if you guys were long HYMC, what are you doing right here? You're trimming. You're just locking in a little bit of profit, and then you're bringing those stops to break even. So right now, team, HYMC was your nice bottom reversal off 78-cent support. You guys knew where your stops are at underneath that level of support. You had a first target. You just hit second target. Your third target was 110. You guys should still be trimming and locking up some profits there on HYMC if you guys were long on that. ENSV, we never really had a reason to take that trade besides that initial pop of the downtrend. Right now, you have a second downtrend starting to form. So we do have that support level right here at 485. We are really fighting to stay above. If this is going to be a validated downtrend, this is exactly what we need to see to get involved with ENSC, right? So here we have point number 1 of the downtrend. Right here, we have point number 2 of the downtrend. We're looking for point number 3 of the downtrend followed by a rejection. So again, we have a nice big rip on up, and now we're just pulling back. Point number 2, we're pulling back. We want to see point number 3. We want to see it get rejected, pull back, ideally hold a higher low, and then all we're looking for is a break of the downtrend on point number 4 with volume. Okay, so if we get our entries at point number 4 for the downtrend break with volume, that would give us a roundabout 5-10 entry, right? Right at that point in time, that would be right around 5-10 on the entry. Where's your stop loss? Underneath support, right? Where's support? 475. So we know that we have a 475 stop loss, right? Stop loss would be 475. What is that? That is a 35 risk. So the question is, can you make 2 times your risk and profit, right? Can you make 70 cents of profit? Well, what's 70 cents on 510? That would be 580. Where's your target? We got a $6 target, right? So we can clearly see $6 is realistic. What is that? That is 90 cents of potential profit. So based on this plan, based on this approach, if we get those entries right around, 510, maybe 520 for the break of the downtrend on point number 4, that's a boom, boom, bang. We know we can get a roundabout of a 510 entry. We know we should put stops right underneath that support level at 475. We know that's 35 cents of risk. What's our first target? 90 cents. That is more than 2 times our risk. This is a good trade plan. This is a good plan, good preparation. We absolutely should be watching ENSV coming on up for the downtrend break as it meets the minimum requirements of being a good setup, right? It's a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 potential setup, low risk, high reward, good A+ strategy, downtrend break, exactly what we want to see. So if we see this form and we see this play on out, I'm taking ENSV here, guys. I would absolutely be taking ENSV based on this exact plan. So again, we just hit point number 3 of the downtrend. So now what do we need to see? A pullback, ideally a higher low, could be a double bottom, but we want to see point number 4 of the downtrend break on volume. If that takes place, where could we see it go? We have to look left. We have to look at prior levels of resistance. Well, we know $6 is a psychological level that also lines up with some intraday levels as well, $6. Then we could see it up towards around 650, 680, and then back up over 7. So ENSV right now, high watch. ENSV. Stops would be under 475. Hopefully trying to get an entry. Low 5s, ideally. May not happen, but that's ideal. And at least we know it's a good 2-to-1 setup right off the bat. That's how you build plans, right? Takes a couple minutes. Build a plan. Where's your entry? Where's your stop? Where's your target? How many shares are you gonna get, right? What do you need to see develop? What do you need to see unfold before actually getting involved in that stock, right? Simply breaking the downtrend on point number 4. So the next attempt to break the downtrend could be right here, right now. You may have a trade right here, right now on ENSV. If you start breaking that VWAP and the downtrend and you see volume confirming, that's a confirmed entry. But you have to readjust your plan. Why is that? You're no longer getting entries at 510 to 520. Your entry would be 550. So you have to just on the spot readjust how many shares you're getting based on your stop loss, based on your targets. Right now, simply looking for the break of the downtrend with a confirmation in volume. You have potential back up to 6 and then 650. So you want to stick to one thing or the other. So if you're going to draw a downtrend or any kind of trend line, it's either A, draw it off the wicks, or B, draw it off the candle bodies. You don't want to mix the two, right? If you find yourself in a position mixing the two occasionally, it's okay, right? It happens. But I would say 80% of the time, if you're drawing trend lines, you stick to wicks or you stick to bodies. You don't want to get in the bad habit of mixing the two. Trim a little bit, guys. You're 10 cents away from $6. Trim a little bit. You can't be greedy over 10 cents. I know you have a $6 target, but when the stock moves up 40, 50 cents, and you're that close to target, trim some profits, guys. It's never a bad idea to trim profit. Do you really want to be greedy over 10 cents to give back 40? No. I'm not going to be greedy over 10 cents to potentially get back 40 cents of profit. So you always have to be putting yourself in a position to lock in profits. But you still have your levels, targets, right? Because you need to build a plan. But if you take profit early and you're putting yourself in a position to get paid, there's nothing wrong with that. So again, are you willing to risk 40 cents to make an additional 10? That doesn't make any sense. No one's willing to give back 40 cents of profit just for an extra 10 cents of profit. Always be locking in profits. HYMC, you hit your third target at 110. Who got HYMC off that bottom reversal? If you guys grabbed HYMC off that bottom reversal, y'all absolutely crushed it. First target, second target, third target, and you still have a potential runner on the table. So this could be a simple break and retest. Breaking downtrend resistance, retesting as support, holding above the VWAP, as well as the 9 EMA. So if you missed the initial break and that initial 50 cents of profit, this could be your chance to re-enter on the retest. So again, nice break, nice pullback. It's retesting, not just the downtrend as support, but the VWAP and that 9 EMA as well. So you have 3 separate reasons. This is a good retest level. If we do hold that level of support, you could still see it shoot on up over 6 to 650. ENSV is still one of the top stocks that we should be watching at this point in time. Right now, we want to see this follow through with a $6 break. If it drops back below 550, it's probably going to fade back down to 475. So if you guys are in ENSV, You want to see this follow through with a $6 break up to 680. If it drops back below 550, I would consider just walking away because you'll probably fade back down towards around 470, and no one wants to hold a trade a dollar down. So if this is going to play on out, you want to see this follow through with a break above 6. Back below 550, it's dead. I wouldn't say it's dead, but I would say it's going to fade and fall back down towards around 477 to $5. That's, you know, that's an extra 50 cents of risk that you just don't need. Right now, we got to see this start to bounce on up here. If it comes back below that 550, it's going to fade and fall a little bit. Honestly, that retest, we didn't get that proper follow through, so I'm not really digging it right now with ENSV. Simply because we retested to the penny and we just did not get the follow through. And right now, that's not the price action, and it's not what you want to see on a stock that's going to get a retest and a follow through. So again, below 550, you guys got to be out 100% if you're in for any reason. This is the make or break candle. This is a make or break. Either A, it rips on up to 6 and it continues, or B, it cracks 550 and you guys are walking away with a pretty much probably like a break even, depending on where you guys got in at. So this is the make or break candle. Either A, it's going to rip on up here and actually confirm and move higher, or B, it's going to crack 550 and move back down to 477 or $5. So your finger should be on the trigger just in case you see that crack below 550. We need a little bit more volume here on ENSV. We need a little bit more volume. And a nice break over 575 should kickstart this and get it going if it's indeed going to get that rip on up to 6 and over 6 into the 680s. So we are consolidating above the 9 EMA and the VWAP. We've got to see this candle break on out if we're going to get that rip on up. The longer it stalls here and the longer it just sits, the less confident traders become. So buyers over 575, we're looking decent. Buyers over 575, we have good potential. The ask is sitting at right at 572. Bids are at 570. Got 3K at 570. Not too shabby. It's taken a while. Little too long for comfort with ENSV, but it's still fighting. It's still trying to consolidate. You do have the 9 EMA crossing back above the VWAP. You do now have 9 EMA and VWAP support with 550 support as well. You just need buying volume to step back in. That's the only thing that this is missing, is just a little bit of buying volume to really get this thing going. But it has everything in the right place to see the move higher, but it's just not reacting the way you want to see it react to the technicals. It's just struggling. Just sitting sideways. I give it a few more seconds here. I do have a small little position on this right around 568, looking for that rip on up over 6. If we don't start to see that take place here soon, I have about a 15 to 20 cent loss at most per share. But I know the upside potential. The upside potential is potentially $1. But again, we're not seeing the price action. We're not seeing the volume that we really want to see to get this thing going. Back below 560, I would say it's dead. Yeah, I'm not liking it. I'm out. I'm out. I lost 12 cents a share, right? Not seeing that pop, starting to see it drop on back down. I was out before it even cracked on down below. So 12 cents. So it's still ENSV. ENSV still appears to be the stock that has the best potential. And that was a false move lower. That was a little bit of a shakeout. That was a shakeout there on ENSV. Clearly, it drops down below those key levels and then it just pops right back above. I wasn't willing to chance that for a 70 cent loss, but that was a clear shakeout. We got another stock that's just going to be whipsawing, right? That's all we saw yesterday with like INDO, right? Tried to break out, it dump on down. It set back up, tried to break, dump on back down. It was very whipsawing, really nasty price action just all over the place. And that's what we're seeing right now with ENSV is just this price action it sucks, period. It just sucks. This is a stock that's really hard to trade. When you see a good setup that fails, it's a shakeout that runs on up, then it's a bull trap over 6 and it dumps on back down just to set on up, and it's very messy, very choppy with that price action. It makes it very, very challenging to trade. Very, very challenging to trade. So on a stock like ENSV, if you guys are getting involved with this, simply based on that price action, you got to scale back your position sizing. Right? It's that simple. It has potential. We could see it break on out, but you have to open up your stop losses a little bit. You can't keep your stops really, really tight because you're going to get prematurely stopped out. So how do you work around getting prematurely stopped out of a trade? Well, number one, you open up your stop loss, right? It's a little bit larger of a stop area. And in order to take that risk, you have to reduce your position sizing. So again, if you're normally jumping in with 1,000 shares, risking 20 cents, maybe you need to risk 40 cents and scale back to 500 shares. But this is moving like, what was it? HUSA yesterday, INDO. You had several false attempts to break. And then when it broke, it broke. But again, trying to nail the break, it was hard to nail those breaks. Because the price action was just, all over the place. Big rug pulls, bouncing back up, ripping on up. Again, you have to reduce your position sizing, open up your stop loss amount a little bit, give it more breathing room, but something like ENSV still has decent potential. About 45,000 shares sitting at 550 on ENSV. So that's going to be your level of support. That buyer sitting there at 550 is going to be your level of support. You had about 40,000 shares on the bid at 550. So if this stock does crack below 550, you'll probably see it come back down to 5, right? That 40,000 share bid, that's holding this stock up as support right around that 550 mark. If ENSV can get a clean break over 6, you have a lot of potential up towards around that 680 level, guys. A lot of potential to 680 if it can break 6 here. So ENSV is still one of our top stocks that we should be watching. It hasn't dumped on off yet. There's still potential for a $6 break for a nice run back up to the 650s, 680s, and then maybe even back up over $7 here. So let's see, in the next couple of minutes, it'll make a decision, right? We gonna get that nice big break over 6, or is it gonna fade and fall back down to the lower 5s? I would say right now, ENSV is still fighting for that $6 break, and there's a lot of great upside potential on ENSV as to why I'm still watching ENSV. I just want to see if it has that potential to get going, because once it gets going, it definitely start ripping to the upside. Kind of the same thing with HUSA yesterday. It was very choppy. It took a while to really get that break and to clean up with price action, but when HUSA would break, it would break. Same thing with ENSV. Once this thing can break and make a decision, it could definitely break and just really start ripping and running. But it may take a while. It may be very choppy. It may take a little bit to actually get that break on out. Right now, it's working for a $6 break again, but there's definitely a lot of selling taking place right at 6. Every time those bids step up over 590, you see it slam right back down into the 580s. So you just got to watch that level 2. Right? Is there any hidden selling? Is there anything that you can clearly see on the level 2 that dictates getting in or getting out of a trade? Right now, you see the spreads tightening back up just a little bit, but you really don't have a lot of buyers. Right? As far as size goes, you have more selling than buying right now at this point in time. And every time we get the buyer back above 590, watch it drop right back down about 10 to 15 cents. That's a potential indication of some hidden selling right around $6. There's 588 on the bid, 593. Got 10,000 shares looking to be sold at $6. 30,000 shares at 6. There's 595 on the bid, and watch it drop back down to the 580s. There's 590. Got 10,000 shares at 595. Taking him out. There's 599 now. Maybe a $6 break. There's 605, 623. Buyers have to stay above $6 now and just take on off. There's 620, 630, all the way back down to 606. A lot of selling taking place over 6 here. A lot of selling taking place over 6, guys. But if buyers can hold above $6, oh, there's 25,000 shares at 615. He got taken out. There's back below 590 now. This thing is all over the place. Like we said, it's probably going to be all over the place, be pretty nasty on price action, but once it starts moving in one direction, it could absolutely really start moving. You really want to see these buyers control $6 as support now. If we get a decent little finish on this candle, we could see the next candle open and continue up into the 680s. But it's struggling. Look at that, all the way back down to the 590s now. So maybe this is just a nice little 2-candle pullback into that 9 EMA with a follow through, as there's a little bit of momentum here. But again, over $6, you got a lot of selling, and buyers are really struggling to get back above $6 here. So if buyers can't get back above 6, watch for this thing to dump down to 5. Spreads are starting to open up as well. You got about 30-cent spreads on the stock now at this point in time. You had sellers up at 610, buyers below 590. All right, there's your pullback to the 9 EMA. We need to see a follow through now. We absolutely need to start seeing a little bit of a follow through on ENSV over 6 and just break up over to 650. If the buyers dip back below 6 again, it's probably not going to take place, and you should probably be walking away from this trade. There's 620. This is the chance. If ENSV is going to rip, this is where we got to start to see the stock rip. Back below 6, I'm losing confidence. And it's just kind of stuck here at 620. Just stuck. Not moving away from 620 at all. About 6 seconds left on this candle. Not really that explosive move that you would want to see for a psychological break over resistance. So right now, back below 6, guys, if you're still in this, you walk away. I'd say you get away with like a 590 stop and you're good. Put a stop in at like 590 just to work with it. But I would say back below 6, you're probably done for on ENSV. Can we start to get that move over 620 and 625? There's 620, 628, 626, 625. It's trying. $630. Come on, buyers. You got this. You can do it, buyers. I believe in you, buyers. Got about 5 seconds left on this candle. Nice, strong close. We should see a continuation on the next. We get a nice, strong close. Not really a big, strong close. I'm going to go ahead and lock up that position at 630. So from a small little loss on the first one, bounce back, a small little $100 on Fidelity account. So it works. It works. Down, 12 cents a share, just locked up 30 cents a share. But I'm not a fan of the price action. I held this stock pretty long time. And I'm just not interested anymore because it's not getting that big time rip and run. So if it goes, it goes. But again, I'm not going to risk this dumping on off. I was in at 596, and I was looking for that explosive move into the 680s. But I went ahead and just took it for about, 35 cents a share because, again, the price action is something I'm not too crazy about. HUSA is pretty dead right now. HYMC already made its decent move. We were all over ENSV. We were able to catch something. I know the first trade, I walked away. I jumped back in. And we were able to take that small loss and turn it into a small winner. But hey, green is green. And right now, things are definitely starting to calm down a little bit, guys, in the market. So I would still sit here and say that if you're looking at any stock at this point in time, you're still watching ENSV. All right, ENSV is the number one. So let's do this. Let's take a quick little 2-minute break. Get up, stretch, disconnect. We're going to come back. We're going to have some fun with some giveaways, right? I want to start with some giveaways here right around 11 o'clock and then dive into a nice afternoon lesson. So I'll see you guys back here in about 2 minutes. Once again, good job and good work. Nothing but profits in this beautiful market. And we do know that we could see some nice lunchtime action. We could see some nice end-of-day action like we have seen the past couple of weeks. So as long as the market's moving, as long as the market's on fire, I am here with you guys, ready to work, ready to make it happen. So let's make it happen, guys. Good job, good work, locking in those profits. I'll see you guys back here in about 2 minutes. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to grab some water, and we'll start off with some giveaways, baby. I'm excited. I'm feeling generous. Let's make it happen. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're gonna have some fun. Oh my gosh, look at ENSV, absolutely ripping. I take profits way too quick. I even had a moment in that trade. I was like, I'm gonna be greedy here. I'm gonna take this up to 730. I'm like, no, don't be greedy. Lock in a base hit. Looking back in hindsight, yeah, you want to be greedy, but no, you cannot get in the bad habit of being greedy, because that could have easily fell down the 5 just as easy as it ripped up to 8. So we had a great trade there on ENSV. It took a lot of time, guys, but again, we called this one out for the 4th point break of the downtrend. We knew where stops were at. We knew where our targets were. This was an exceptional trade. I took it. I locked in profits quick because at that point in time, I was not a fan of the price action. But again, I was never stopped out. Took it for a little baby profit, but right now we did hit 2nd and 3rd target, and we just put in a new high a day. So good job and good work for those of you paying attention that got this for that break of the downtrend right around 550, not even close to being a stop out, and this thing absolutely taking on off $2.50 to the upside. So good job, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys were taking advantage of that, way to crush it. So Mexoids is like, gotta enter at 6. Looks like you got in at 6 and you're locking in some profits up towards around $8. So let's do this, guys. Let's do some giveaways, right? I want to do a couple giveaways. So let's go ahead and start with members inside of chat. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna try and do a nice big giveaway, something that we haven't done before. We usually give away some free passes, some gear, some courses, I don't know. But right now, guys, I'm feeling generous. It's a hot day in the market. You guys are crushing it. I'm crushing it. Let's have some fun, and let's do a giveaway exclusively for members inside of chat. So today, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to give this away. So we got some smart glasses, blue light blocking Razer Anzu. I don't know. These are like $299 Bluetooth smart glasses, blue light, polarized. I mean, these are the real deal, literally. Built-in mic and speakers, touch enabled, voice assistant compatible, low latency audio, water resistance, more than 5 hours of battery life. So let's have some fun. Let's give these away. You guys excited? Does anybody want some beautiful blue light smart glasses? Because if so, you could be the lucky winner. So let's do this. We're gonna try and have some fun with this. We're gonna do something completely different as far as the giveaway goes. Normally we do a riddle. Normally I challenge you you guys when it comes to like forms of technical analysis. So I want to try and do something different that you guys may or may not know, and this is going to be something that a lot of you may not know, guys, unless you've been in chat a lot and you listen to everything that I say when I rant. So give me a second. Let me think of what the question is going to be, because I do want to make it somewhat challenging to get you guys thinking outside the box. And this is a big giveaway. I think it is. We've got $299 smart glasses for the giveaway, so it can't be easy. Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side, I'm gonna have to go buy about 30 to 40 more glasses. So give me a couple seconds. Let me think this one through, because this is an on-the-spot giveaway. This is an on-the-spot thing, so I was not prepared for this. Questions. While I think about that question, let's go back over to ENSV. Ooh, I got one. You guys may or may not know, this is gonna be a challenge. Lightning Trader, right? Lightning Trader, you cannot answer. And why is that? Because I said so. Because you know the answer to this. It pertains to you to a certain extent, all right? What about people with prescription glasses? I don't think they would work unless you popped the lenses out and made them prescription lenses. But yeah, other than that, they probably would not work. But it's okay, because guess what? We have more giveaways coming on up, guys, right? Next giveaway, we have a really nice wireless mechanical professional keyboard I'm going to be giving away as well. And then after that, we have a nice webcam. that we're going to be giving away as well. So for today's giveaway, if you don't want to be included, then don't answer, right? So here is the question exclusively for members inside of chat at this point in time, and then we'll do a giveaway for you ladies and gentlemen over on YouTube. So what month and what year did I start day trading penny stocks? What month in what year did I start my journey with trading the stock market? Okay, as you guys know, I started with crypto. Okay, I tell you guys all the time, my first endeavor was dabbling with crypto. Never took it serious, right? I had a friend at that time who was a coworker I didn't like. Now he's my best friend, but at that point in time, he was a coworker I just couldn't stand. We fought all the time. And he convinced me to stop trading crypto, to start focusing on real stocks. And I despise him to a certain extent, because if I would have just stuck with crypto, I'd be retired. But again, I love what I do, and that everything happens for a reason. So the question is, what month and what year did I start my transition from crypto to trading physical stocks? Whoever gets it right, one guess. If no one gets it, I'll give you another chance, but one guess for the blue light, smart, pretty awesome glasses. So I got to make it a challenge. Oh, don't worry, guys and girls over on YouTube, because after this, we'll be doing a nice little giveaway for you guys as well. We'll make it a little bit easier, right? We'll make it a little bit easier. So what month in what year did I start my transition from trading crypto to day trading stocks? And again, lightning trader, you can't answer. You can't answer, because you know, because that day I told you, you can't answer. So like I said, it's going to be a slight challenge. I have mentioned this several times since we've been live on inside of chat. So I have mentioned this a lot because a lot of people ask me about my story, and my story is my story, whether that's on TikTok lives, whether that's in chat. I've said this. Oh, we're getting somewhere. A couple of you guys are close. A couple of you guys are really, really close. Everybody can vote. But I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out there. A couple of you guys are getting really close here. Again, we've talked about this a lot in TikTok lives, inside a chat. It's not something we talk about all the time as to why this is a challenge, right? It's a challenge. We can't make this an easy giveaway. It's got to be somewhat of a challenge. And so that was probably one of the most challenging questions I had, but it's something some of you guys may know. I'm seeing a couple very close. A couple very, very close. I'm not going to say which ones because then you guys know, but there's a couple of you that are really, really close. It's not Corey over here typing, what year did Josh start trading? I love it, dude. I love it. Remember, I started my journey with cryptocurrency. I never took it serious. Just think, how long has Josh been trading stocks, right? How long has Josh been trading? His journey started with crypto. He never took it serious in the beginning. He was dabbling with day trading crypto. You know, he was swing trading some cryptos. Then he started to take it serious. And Josh was really mad because if he would have stuck with crypto, he would have been involved in that big time 2017 crypto bull run, and he would have been retired at the age of 23. So again, think about it. I started with crypto. I was talked out of that to actually day trade stocks. And if I would have stuck with crypto, I would have been involved in that 2017 bull run, and I probably would have been able to retire. I'm going to give everybody one more round, and if no one gets it, I know it's a tough one. We'll do something else. So again, has everybody guessed? If you have not answered and you're still not answered, go ahead and throw up your answer. We haven't had it yet. I'll give everybody one more chance. Well, I give you guys 2 chances. I'll give you one more. So again, if anybody hasn't guessed yet, I'll give you guys one more chance inside of chat. And I'm going to check to make sure that I didn't miss it. A couple of you guys are really close. A couple of you guys are really close. One person was a month away. Right year, but a month away. Someone else was the right year, but a month away. That's all I'm going to give you. A lot of you guys are pretty close here. Go ahead and guess for a second time. Come on, guys. Come on, you got one more. You got a couple of you guys are really close. Very, very close. You're getting there. You're thinking the right year. Again, I was dabbling with crypto about a year and a half, right? Just kind of dabbling, not taking it serious. I got transitioned into day trading, and then I missed. Hey, Chris, he nails it. March of 2016. I remember that day. I'm sitting in my office. I'm trading some crypto, and for the 10th time, Blake walks in and goes, "You're stupid for trading crypto. Trade something real. Crypto's not going to do anything." I said, you know what? Maybe you're right. It's not paying off right now. Literally, a year and a half later, I miss out on big time profits. So yes, I remember that day sitting in my office, dabbling with crypto, and for the 10th time, he convinces me to go ahead and actually start day trading stocks. So yes, March of 2016 was when I made that transition from trading crypto to day trading stocks. March of 2016, Mr. Chris Cashman, you are the winner of some awesome glasses. I mean, it's pretty cool, right? So again, you got some Razer smart glasses, some pretty cool features. You got a built-in mic and a speaker. Okay, touch enabled and voice assistant, blue light blocking, polarized, more than 5 hours of battery life, water resistant, and low latency audio. Mr. Chris, go ahead and send me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com, with your name and your address, and I'll go ahead and get these shipped out to you. Good job, good work. Mr. Chris is the winner of the first giveaway. In my language, 2016 is the same as 2017. A lot of you guys were close. You were above, right? So we had some Aprils, we had some Februaries of 16. We saw March of 2017, right? I'm like, I got to get it to a T. Absolutely. Like I said, I make it a little bit of a challenge. Have some fun with it, guys. But again, at least I'm not leaning to one side or the other, giving you guys a question that someone just knows the answer to. No one really knew the answer to this, which made it fun, which made it really challenging. So good job. Good work. Send me the email, and I'll definitely get those sent out to you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, over on YouTube, it's time for your giveaway. Oh, yeah, I'm doing a giveaway. So, number one, I'm thinking I can give away some free Alpha gear. Maybe I send you a couple Alpha t-shirts. How does that sound? You guys want to rep Alpha Day Trading? Beautiful Alpha Day Trading t-shirts from the man, the myth, and the legend, Mr. Ed Nevis. Oh, yeah. We have members in chat rocking those t-shirts. Would you guys over on YouTube like a couple t-shirts as a part of the giveaway? Or a free week pass of chat. I'll let you guys decide. Either A, I'll give you a 7-day free pass to chat, or B, I'll send you a couple Alpha Day Trading t-shirts. What's up with IMPP? Let's go ahead and take a step back real quick. Someone said, holy IMPP. Did it rip or did it dump? It started ripping on up here a little bit. So we do have some lunchtime action, team. We do have some lunchtime action. All right, so now to have some fun, guys. Now to have some fun. Now we're gonna make this an easier one. How about that? We should make this one a slightly easier one. So, for those of you that have been on our YouTube streams, TikTok since day one, right? Even if this is your first day, you'll probably get an idea. What is my #1 strategy? That's your question on YouTube. What is my #1, my most favorite trading strategy that I teach you guys? And it's got to be verbatim. It's got to be verbatim. No 50-50, no on the fence, verbatim to a T. What is my favorite trading strategy that everybody inside of my chat knows how to trade, and we love it? Oh, that was easy. That was easy. That was easy. We got it. John, the boom, boom, bang. The boom, boom, bang. The downtrend break strategy, the boom, boom, bang. And I did that one today because we actually had a boom, boom, bang on ENSV, and I walked you guys through the entire process, right? The downtrend break strategy, the boom, boom, bang, low risk, high reward, A+ setups when they set up beautifully. Good stuff, John. That was a little bit of an easy one. Oh, wait, hold on. No, it wasn't John. It was Mexoids. It was Mexoids. He said boom, boom, bang first. I'm so sorry, Mexoids. That was the first one I saw. Mexoids and John, I'm gonna hook you guys both up. All right, Mexoids and John, because again, I screwed up. Mexoids, hit me up, 7-day free pass. John, hit me up, 7-day free pass, or I'll send you a couple Alpha Day Trading t-shirts. All right, so hit me up, josh@alphadaytrading.com. And we're all set, ready to rock and roll. But yes, it was the boom, boom, bang, baby. Mexoids, let's go. John, absolutely. I felt bad. I gave it to John. I saw Mexoids answer first. I can't just take it away from John, guys. I got to honor that. There you go. There you go. Hit me up. Send me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com. And I'll hook both of you guys up with a free 7-day pass to the chat room. All right, now it's about time to dive into an afternoon lesson. And just so you guys know, when you guys come inside of chat, right, for your 7-day pass, if you've never been to chat before, you're going to sign up. You're going to go ahead and access the Alpha Day Trading Chatroom. So this is going to be the page that you land on after signing up for your 7-day pass. To go ahead and access the chat room, just click on Alpha's Join Chat Room button. It's going to open you up inside of the live trading chat room. If you do not want these screeners and scanners, you can simply hide those charts and scanners. And all you have is the live trade stream and our chat room's off to the right. So this is exactly where you're going to be landed. Again, if you do not want all this up here, just go ahead and hide that. Scroll on down, have some fun inside of chat, watch the live stream. We do lessons almost every single day, unless I'm sick like yesterday. But again, that was an external factor. All right. So again, this is exactly what you're going to get landed on. Live stream, chat rooms. You'll have access to the video lessons library as well. So every lesson we do is edited and uploaded inside of the video lessons library. You will have access to this for the next 7 days. You'll have access to our morning stock newsletters for the next 7 days, and you'll have access to work with the team inside of our live trading chat room for the next 7 days as well. All right, and then before we dive into this lesson, let me go ahead and get PowerPoint up first and foremost. What do you guys inside the chat think I should do? Right? Today, as you guys can tell, I'm feeling really generous. Doing some great giveaways, having some fun. Do you guys think I should just go ahead and extend what we did last week as far as the soft launch promo? Do you guys think I should go ahead and extend that out and maybe incentivize it a little bit more for those lucky individuals on YouTube today? The only ones that are ever going to hear about this big time special? Or you say, you know what? You already do a lot, Josh. Your live stream is enough. You don't need it. You don't need to give away the house. I'll let the team decide. How about that? I'll let everybody inside the chat decide. Do we go ahead and extend our soft launch promotion that we ran this weekend and go ahead and drop that again today with maybe an extra incentive on top of that as well for anybody that's on the fence that wants to join. They just like saving a couple bucks. Like everybody. Who doesn't like saving a couple bucks? I do. So again, I'll let the team decide. If the team says yes, I'll extend that for you guys if you're interested. If the team says, you know what? You already do a lot, man. You give so much value. You know what? We'll let the team dictate that. We'll let the team decide that. All right? While you guys are deciding for me inside of chat, let's go ahead and get that lesson up, ready to go. Today's lesson is going to be on stock selection. Again, this week, the theme is preparation. We're going to be talking about pre-market stock selection, kind of like what we did this morning, identifying the top stocks that have opportunity, eliminating the noise, the process that I go through every single day. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about trade plans. Thursday, we're going to be talking about journaling your trades like a professional. This is all tailored around preparation. Is IMPP still ripping on up? Kamal's happy. Kamal over there is like, let's go! All right, so you had that initial rip up to the VWAP, higher low, trying to break. It may not break on that second attempt. You may see it pull back one more time, but as long as it doesn't dump on off, you still have great potential to break that VWAP. Your next target would be 804, Kamal. 804 would be a level of resistance that you may consider locking in a couple bucks. All right, so what time is it? 11:27. This lesson will take about 30 minutes. All right, we got, oh, what a big nasty drop there. What a big nasty drop. Is a boom boom bang setting up on HYMC? Trader Girl Beth, I'm very protective of Alpha's time and generosity. I know you are, Beth. I know, but you know me, I just can't help myself sometimes. Is there a boom boom bang on HYMC? I wouldn't really say that we have a strong boom boom bang on HYMC, but I definitely see what you're seeing, right? You're probably running a downtrend off the high a day, running it down across these highs, right? So let's go ahead and take it into a 5-minute. Maybe it's a little bit cleaner. You know, it's definitely not the best looking boom boom bang, but I definitely see what you're seeing, right? So I definitely see the downtrend off the highs, a break of the downtrend. We could absolutely start to see some more volume move in. But an ideal boom boom bang is an initial rip on up, followed by the downtrend. This thing has just been downtrending all day. So the ideal A+ boom boom bang would be like ENSV, where it has an initial rip on up and then it starts its downtrend for the boom boom bang. This is an ideal A+ boom boom bang on ENSV. HYMC, we can see the difference. We didn't have that initial rip on up, followed by that clean, consistent downtrend. This thing's just been downtrending. So I wouldn't put that much emphasis into this being an A+ boom, boom, bang setup. I would just be looking to see if the stock can simply break above the downtrend. And if it can, that could be a reversal signal back up towards around $1 and then $1.10. Sam says, hook 'em up. We love having more members in our team. Sam saying, hook 'em up. Miss Beth saying, you already give so much. I'm just very protective of Alpha's time and generosity. Sometimes I'm overboard with it. I love being generous. Sam, though, saying, hook him up. We love having more members in our team. So let's ask everybody on YouTube, who is even slightly interested in joining, right? Do a poll. I can do a poll, Kids King. More members means more profits in Profits Chat. You're dang right, Hunter. You're absolutely right. More members means more profits in Profits Chat. Sam saying hook them up. And I tell you what, Profits Chat is always on fire. Day after day after day after day. I mean, I just keep scrolling. We're going. We're in February. We're still in February. Profits, 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 profit. Do we have any more? Let's load some more messages. There we go. Profits, profits. Profits, still in February. Profits, profits. It's like, Jesus, what's going on? What's going on with Profits Chat? Why is there so many profits? because everybody inside the chat knows exactly what they're doing. So good job, team. Profits are always stacked. But you're right, Hunter. All right, more members mean more profits in Profits Chat. I don't know how many more profits we can fit in Profits Chat, but I guess we'll see. So who's even remotely interested in joining the team? Who's been on the fence? Like, do I join or do I just wait for the next big promotion? Do I join or do I wait? Well, if you're kind of on the fence, you're like, you know what? I love the streams. I just don't want to work with you one day of the week or 45 minutes in the morning. I'm ready to take it to the next level. I'm ready to take it serious, and I want to be inside of Profits Chat like everybody else. I'll make it worth your while today. Bring them on, what? Bring them on, the water is still warm. Kabbalah says, bring them on, the water's still warm. But we got to do this quick, guys, because education is key inside of chat. I'm all about education, right? Education is everything. So again, I do not want to waste too much time, but again, I'm feeling generous today. Clearly, giveaways, having some fun. You need a moderator to send out the alerts that you were talking about earlier. Steve, I'm actually in the process of finding a moderator. I would love to find a moderator that takes my verbal alerts during the day, that types them up inside of Signal. So if anybody in chat's even remotely interested in being the moderator that takes my verbal alerts and gets them typed up credibly to be sent out via SMS text, definitely shoot me a message. I'm more than happy to discuss that with you. What is Hunter saying? For anyone on the fence, I was hesitant to spend the money. I mean, who isn't, right? Who isn't? But in the end, 110% worth it for YouTube. Hunter, I appreciate it. And I was the same way joining communities in the very beginning. I'm like, I can do it on my own. And I tried for 3 years and I couldn't do it. I was hesitant because I didn't know if it was the right team to join. I joined a few and I found the right one. But I wish those people would have put out more like free content like this to really get an idea of, is this the person I can learn from? Is this the person that I want to learn from? So hopefully I'm able to do that on these live streams and really just show you guys what we do inside of chat and how we make it happen. Hot market, slow market, dead market, down market, green market, doesn't matter. We're locking in those profits, baby. Andy, 100%. Keith is on the fence. Mexoids is always 95%. First day, could have added the profits. You could absolutely add the profits. Chain link fencer. We got Lanston saying he's a chain link fencer. He's back and forth. What? Andy says, I'm up 5K today on you. That's awesome. Go send me the link. Done. Mark it hard or post in here. Come on. I want to put profits in Profit Chat. All right, here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'll just go ahead and post the link up for you guys over on YouTube because I do want to go ahead and dive into this lesson, right? Education is very important to me, but at the same time, if you guys do want to take it to the next level, you guys want to work with us every single day, I want to be able to pass that on to you guys. All right, so give me 1 second. Let me post the link, and then we're going to dive into this afternoon lesson and focus on our education, baby. So give me 1 second. But right now, watch HYMC. Right? Watch HYMC at this point in time, right? You just started to break the downtrend. You got a little bit of volume, just a little bit of volume, starting to move on in here to HYMC. So definitely keep this one on high watch. This could be that start of the reversal, back up to the VWAP, back up to $1, back up to 110. All right. So definitely keep all of your focus right now at this point in time over on HYMC for that potential reversal. All right, team. All right, guys, so here's the deal. This is what I offered over the weekend. All right, so I sent out an email saying, hey, we have a soft launch coming on up, right? We've been taking some time over the past 30 to 45 days. We've been shut down, redeveloping, revamping. So now we're doing a soft launch, slowly allowing more members to come in. We have some open seats. We said 20, right? We did about, had about 10 members sign up over the weekend. And it was done Sunday at midnight. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend the same exact promotion that I ran this weekend. We have 10 seats available. I'm still going to honor my word at 20 open seats. We had 10 seats filled over the weekend. So right now, 10 seats remaining. I am going to honor the 20 because, again, this is more or less a soft relaunch. Okay, come on in. We can work together. I want to make sure that I can give everybody my undivided attention. I don't want to have 500 people sign up and I'm like, whoa, I can't work with everybody on a personal level. I want to be able to work to a lot of you guys on the personal level, right? And I want you guys to be able to book those one-on-ones with me and not be 6 months out. I want you guys to be able to dump in to the video lessons library and follow up with questions without your message getting hidden, because there's so many messages coming inside of chat. So again, it's limited. 20 slots, we have 10 left, right? So I'm gonna extend the same exact promotion that I had this weekend. So there is the link, okay? So if you click that link, that's gonna drop you to the checkout page. Make sure you enter that coupon code, winning 2022. That's going to give you an additional 20% off, okay? It's gonna go ahead and cut 20% off the total. It's gonna break down to 64 bucks a month, all right? I'm still giving away the course. So the course that I've been giving away, I'm still giving away the course, right? So when you sign up and when you enroll, you secure one of your 10 seats, okay? You get a year of access to the video lessons library, our live trading room. You get to work with me Monday through Friday. Streams open from 7 to 7. You guys are good to go. You know exactly what it includes and what it entails. So again, that's gonna give you the next 12 months. It's like 64 bucks a month. It's billed yearly. I'm gonna enroll you for the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course on me, right? So I'm going to enroll you and you're going to get a different link and a different email that says, hey, go ahead and set up your credentials and go ahead and get access to the course. That's lifetime access, 47 chapters, 14 hours of content. We're revamping the course as well, as you guys know. So we are revamping that course. It's going to be an all new 2022 version of the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course. If you guys are enrolled for the course before the revamp is launched, you will be automatically migrated into the brand new course. And again, that is lifetime access. You do not have to pay for that upgrade. I'm going to migrate you guys over regardless, but you have to be enrolled for the course before we launch the new course. So again, as a part of this promotion, you guys are automatically enrolled in the course. You will be automatically migrated over to the new course. And you get a one session with me. So one private one-on-one session with me, you guys get that as well. And you can book that over the next 12 months at your own pace. So again, those are the details. That's the link. That's the coupon code. Do that whenever you like. If you've been on the fence, that's going to give you all the savings to make that incentive, to come inside a chat, to start making that membership back, to start learning the way you probably want to learn. I mean, you guys are here for a reason, to level up, to take your trading to the next level, to have some fun with a family of traders that all do the same things. We all want the same things in the market. We want to learn together. We want to trade together, and we want to profit together. And let's start seeing your profits inside of Profits Chat. Let's go ahead and dive into our afternoon lesson, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, today's lesson is going to be on stock selection, right? So again, as a new trader, I'm sure you come into the market and you see everything moving, right? We got our up gappers, our down gappers, our large cap up gappers. This stock has volume. That stock has volume. You got Joe Blow on Stock Twits talking about ABC stock. You got this guy over on Twitter talking about a different stock. You're like, I'm so overwhelmed, right? I have 30 stocks on my watch list, and that's normal as a new trader that doesn't understand that we need to eliminate the noise and identify the top 3 to 5 stocks that have the best potential, because the last thing that I want you guys doing is having your head on a swivel, looking at this stock, looking at that stock, this stock, that stock, right? Your head's on a swivel. You never have a chance to focus and hone in on 1 or 2 or 3 stocks. You're looking at 30, this one, that one. As a new trader, that's common. No one has yet to teach you the process to eliminate the noise, to identify the top stocks of the day. Our job as professional day traders is to identify the one good trade. One good setup, one good trade to lock in our profits. Our job is not to overwhelm ourselves. Our job is not to overcomplicate the process. It's our job to simplify the process, to make this as easy as possible. And what's the first step to being able to simplify the trading process? Getting prepared. And a part of your morning preparation is pre-market stock selection, eliminating that noise and focusing on the top stocks that have the best potential. So your question is, all right, Josh, I get it. It makes sense. But how do I eliminate the noise? How do you eliminate that noise, and identify these big runners, the ones that rip 50% in a day, 100%, 400%. How do you know what stocks have the best potential? How do you properly and efficiently eliminate that noise? That's distractions, right? I don't want you having 5 monitors with charts on all 5. 3 to 5 stocks, focus, hone in, get to know that stock, and then trade the stock and make some profits. So how do you guys do that? It's all about pre-market stock selection, and there is a simple yet effective process to eliminate the noise and to identify those set stocks that you will focus on for the trading day. So let's go ahead and dive into it and not waste any more time. Today's lesson is pre-market stock selection, ladies and gentlemen, and the theme for this week is tailored around preparation, getting prepared, because we know that when we lack preparation, we fail in the market. But when we when we prepare and we go through that preparation process, right, we know that we are on the winning side more than the losing side. So this theme this week is tailored around preparation. And today I want to start with pre-market stock selection. So let's dive into it. Pre-market stock selection is a simple process of selecting the best stocks to trade for the current trading day. Again, as day traders, as traders that trade, say, penny stocks, it's always something new. It's always something completely different, right? Today we were watching what? HYMC. Were we watching HYMC yesterday? No. Today we're watching ENSV. Was that stock even on our radar yesterday? It was not. What were we watching yesterday? HUSA, INDO, INPP. But today is a completely new list of stocks. How did we identify those? How do we know that these stocks have the best potential, right? We're gonna dive into that. So again, pre-market stock selection is a simple process of selecting the best stocks to trade for the current day. Because as we know, traders trading small cap penny stocks, it's always going to change for the most part. Every single day, your list is gonna be completely different than it was the day before. There are thousands of stocks moving in the market every single day. Like, let's be honest. We know there are thousands of stocks that are moving for the current trading day. That's noise, right? Our job in pre-market is to remove the noise, get rid of the noise, and simply identify which stocks have the best potential. There's a very simple process I follow, and it's so simple you think it's too good to be true. You're like, this is not going to work. It does work. This is something I've been doing for the last 6 to 7 years. Very simple yet effective process that I follow every single morning to eliminate that noise and to find the best stocks to trade for the current trading day. So I break it down into 4 segments for my morning stock selection, right? I break it down into 4 segments. Number 1, gappers. What's gapping? All right. I start by identifying which stocks are gapping in pre-market, right? Whether that's 1%, 5%, 100%. I start by identifying which stocks are currently gapping up or down, right? Because we could be looking at dead cap bounces. Again, I'm looking at gappers, up gappers, down gappers, stocks that are trading higher or lower substantially compared to what they were doing the prior day. I start by identifying which stocks are gapping. Number 2, I look at the volume. Volume is like 80%. Volume is everything. Remember, volume equals activity, and activity equals profit. If we don't have volume, there's no activity with the stock. It's not moving. If there's no activity with the stock and it's not moving, it's going to be hard to make profit. So volume, volume, volume. That's the second thing that I look at. I compare the current volume traded today compared to the average volume. Number 3, there has to be a catalyst, right? Why is the stock moving, right? There needs to be a catalyst, and there's multiple forms of catalysts that we'll dive into here in a moment. But again, number 3 on my checklist is catalysts, identifying why the stock is moving. Number 4, the float. Now, as option traders, individuals that are trading options, right? You don't have a pre-market stock selection process. You have one process. That's building a list of 20 to 30 stocks that you're always going to trade options on. You have a set list that you've built. And the only thing that you do is you look at that list every single day, identify your opportunity, and trade those stocks when it comes to options. That list doesn't change the way a penny stock watch list will change. Another thing that you're not too worried about with large cap stocks that you're trading options on is the float. You're not really too focused and mindful of what the float is. But as someone that's trading small cap penny stocks, the float is extremely important. The float's going to tell me if the stock can rip and run or if it's going to be a slow and steady mover. So again, number one, I'm looking at gappers, up gappers and down gappers. Number two, I'm looking at volume. This is where I put 80% of my focus is volume, and I'm comparing the current volume to the average volume. Number three, the catalyst. Why is the stock moving? There has to be a reason for the stock to be moving. And number four, specifically with penny stocks, is the float. The float's going to tell me if a stock could rip and run or if it's going to be a slow and steady mover. So number one, gappers. There are multiple ways to find gappers in pre-market. The easiest way to find gappers in pre-market is going to be by looking at our Trade Ideas pre-market scanners. We custom built these scanners to eliminate the noise for us. It takes in consideration multiple things: the gap, the volume, the float, the relative volume, the short interest, all of the data that you need to identify, is this a good stock worth watching? You're gonna be able to find those stocks on our scanners that we stream live from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We stream our pre-market scanners, right, from 7 to 9:30. From 9:30 to 4, we stream our intraday scanners. And then from 4 to 7, our post-market scanners. This is by far the easiest way to identify these gappers, the stocks that have good potential, by focusing and looking at these scanners. Again, you don't have to go pay for them. I stream them for free live inside a chat from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. But let's say that you're not a member. Let's say that you don't want to fork up $2,400 per year on these scanners, and then most importantly, have to learn how to code the scanners, right? I've coded a lot of these scanners. These are custom scanners. It took a lot of time, or I've had to pay to have them coded for me. So if you're not a member, you're not willing to drop that money and put in the time to learn how to code them, there are going to be other ways to find stocks that are gapping up in pre-market. You could use FinViz, right? FinViz and Market Watch are going to be two free resources that you can use every single morning in pre-market to find these gappers. But these two free resources, they're normally delayed by about 15 to 30 minutes, which results in identifying stocks possibly too late. How many times have we seen a stock hit a scanner and it's only up 10%, 15%, and it's just trickling in with volume? And within 15 minutes, the stock is literally up 50%. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a stock hit our gap list, right? It's up, say, 15%. We're starting to build up with volume. We look on over, it has a catalyst. It looks strong. Within 15 to 30 minutes, that stock has already exploded 50, 60, 70% of to the upside, right? We're finding these stocks in real time with our scanners. But again, you can find these stocks with FinViz, for example, with Market Watch. They're great resources. They're free resources. But again, with these free resources, they're normally going to be delayed by about 15 to 30 minutes, which can result in identifying that stock too late. But again, couple free resources that you guys can use to find these gappers. And again, if you guys are members in chat, you're just focused on these pre-market scanners, you're going to be able to identify these stocks before the rest of traders identify those. Because I can't say how many times within 15 to 30 minutes we see a stock up 50, 60, 70%. If we were using a free resource with delayed data, that trade's already late. We already missed it. We're able to find that stock in the moment, take advantage of it before the rest of traders jump on in. All right, so number one is gappers, identifying what stocks are currently gapping up or currently gapping down. Once we've identified these gappers, right, we have these stocks that are gapping up. There's a reason, right, they're gapping up. We're going to dive into the reasoning, but again, we've identified some stocks that are currently gapping up. We're already starting to eliminate noise. Stocks that are not gapping up, stocks that are not moving whatsoever, they're not going to be on the gapper list. So we're already starting to eliminate some of that noise by focusing on these gappers. Number two, we got to look at volume. This is the next step to continue to eliminate those noise, to eliminate that noise in the market. All right, is volume. Volume is extremely important, guys. Volume is everything. How much emphasis do I put into volume? Whether that's in pre-market, whether that's on the daily chart, whether that's on an intraday day trade, how much emphasis do I really place on volume? Like 80%. Volume is everything, right? Volume is one of the strongest, most powerful indicators. And a lot of traders don't look at volume like they should, but volume is going to help you get into good trades and keep you out of bad trades. So volume is extremely important. We want to find stocks that are trading more volume today than they normally do. This is called RVOL. 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 You ever heard anybody say RVOL? The RVOL was 2. The RVOL was 10. RVOL stands for relative volume. Okay? Relative volume is the comparison to what the average volume is. And we'll dissect that here in a second. All right? But again, volume, very important. We want to find stocks that are trading more volume today than they normally do on average, right? That's called RVOL, or relative volume. Why is volume important? Because if we have volume, we have activity. And if there's activity, there's potential for profits. Again, volume equals activity, and activity equals profits. If we find a stock, right, that's gapping up, right? Let's say we identify this stock that's up 20%, right? Check, number 1. Number 2, volume. And we see that stock normally trades 10 million shares, but today it's trading 100,000 shares. Does that really show activity, right? Remember, volume, right? We notice the stock is up 20%. Now we're looking at volume. On average, the stock trades 10 million shares per day. It's up 20% on 100,000 shares. We need to be mindful of that. That's not really showing me there's activity on the stock. It normally trades 10 million shares. It's up 20% on 100,000 shares. We do not have high relative volume. There is not more volume trading on this stock today than on average, showing me that there's not a lot of abnormal activity. And if we don't have activity, it's going to be hard to make profits, okay? You can identify relative volume right on the Trade Ideas scanners, right? So in pre-market, when you have these scanners, you can see relative volume. Even our intraday scanners, you see relative volume. So the relative volume on ENSV is 139. It's trading 139 times the average. HYMC, it's trading 600 times the average volume, right? You can see that these stocks have high relative volume, and volume is so important, guys. One of the most important things that you could really focus on in pre-market to really eliminate the noise. So based on that example, you see a stock gapping up, right? You're looking at your gappers and you have a list and you see ABC gapping up 20%. Now it's time to look at volume, right? And you see that normally the stock trades 10 million shares a day, but it's only trading 100,000 shares. Wouldn't you consider that to be some noise? Maybe it does move. Maybe it does start ripping on up. Maybe it's a back burner stock. But at that point in time, in the moment, you can see that there's really not any abnormal activity. There's no real big time volume. So it's going to be really hard to lock in profits. That's why we're able to utilize volume to continue to eliminate the noise. My rule of thumb is 2x on the volume. So for example, if a stock is trading 1 million shares in pre-market and it trades 500,000 shares on average, this stock would have an RVOL of 2. The stock is trading 2 times the volume than it normally does on average. My rule of thumb is going to be 2 times. Okay, so again, if a stock is trading 1 million shares in pre-market and we see that the average volume is 500,000, we can check that box off, right? It's gapping up 20%. Check. It's a gapper. Check. Volume. Stock's trading 1 million shares. We check. The average is 500,000. Cool. It's trading at least 2 times. Check. Now you can see the volume compared to the average volume right on the Trade Ideas scanners. But if you don't have Trade Ideas scanners, there are some free resources that you could use to identify current volume to the average volume. One of those is going to be Yahoo Finance, right? So if you guys just head on over to yahoofinance.com and let's say you just pick a stock. Let's go pick IMPP, for example. So let's say you don't have this Trade Ideas scanners and you're like, man, how do I really figure out what the average volume is, right? And what the current volume is? Just go to yahoofinance.com, type in IMPP, and it's going to show you right on the home screen, right here. Volume, 55 million shares. Average volume, 23 million shares. Let's assume it's 9 o'clock in the morning, market has not opened yet. And this is what you see. You can see that we're trading 2 times the average volume on IMPP. So we can come back to the volume and check that off, right? We've checked up the gapper, it's gapping up. We've checked off the volume. It's trading 2 times the average volume today than it normally does on average. So we checked off volume. Every other stock that doesn't meet that criteria, it's not watch list worthy, right? It's not going on the watch list. It's noise. We're eliminating the noise, and volume is one of the most important ways to eliminate that noise. So we just eliminated more noise, but we've identified this hypothetical stock is gapping and it does have the volume. So check off gapping, check off volume. Step number 3, catalysts, right? Why is the stock moving? Why is the stock moving? Right? There's got to be a reason, guys. There's got to be a credible reason that the stock is gapping up, trading more volume than it normally does, right? It's very important that we identify the reasoning that the stock is moving, right? If a stock is moving up with no news, but it has volume, what could that be? Let's say we go through the gap list, the stock's gapping up 20%. Let's say we look at the volume, and the volume is there, right? We're trading 1 million shares today. On average, you trade 500,000, and we're trying to find a catalyst, and we're like, okay, there's no news, there's no daily chart formation, right? There's no technical setup on a higher time frame. It's not a prior day mover. It's not a sector sympathy play. Like, you're trying to identify the catalyst. You have to have a reason for the stock to be moving. And if you just cannot identify what the catalyst is, what could that be? It could be a typical pump and dump. How many times have we seen a stock gapping up and it has volume, open and just dump all day, right? Say it gapped up 50%. It had the volume and then it just dumps and goes right on the day. I've seen that time and time again. So understanding what catalyst means and the different types of catalysts are going to help you identify the reason that the stock is moving. If you can find a reason that the stock is moving, you are putting the odds in your favor that the stock could continue higher for the day. But if you do not find a catalyst, it's very possible that that stock is a pump and dump. And the last thing you want to do is have a pump and dump stock on your watch list to even feel the temptation about getting in. Eliminate the noise. If there's no catalyst and there's no reason for the stock to be moving, it's safe to say 80% of the time you're going to see that stock open up and dump. It's going to be a pre-market pump and an intraday dump, and it's just going to close right on the day, and we see that a lot. So what are the 4 forms of catalysts, right? There's multiple ways you can identify the catalyst, the reason that the stock is moving. Number 1, and the most popular reason, is news, right? It's going to be news. That is the most powerful catalyst, is going to be news, right? And there's other things that we can look for in these press releases to determine how good the press release is. Does anybody have my cheat sheet? Like I said a couple weeks ago, right? I had to reset my computer and I lost everything. So if anybody has that cheat sheet of hot keywords to look for in press releases, please post it up here inside of chat. But I know what they are, right? So we have a cheat sheet. Hot keywords to look for in press releases. So just because the stock has news doesn't mean it's great news, right? We want to find really strong catalysts. So we have to really dissect these press releases if the catalyst is news. So again, if we see that they released interim data from their phase 1 trial, but they haven't succeeded or completed their phase 1 trial yet, it's an okay press release, right? It's okay, right? It's an all right press release. But if you see a press release that says, we just met primary endpoints and saw positive phase 3 trial data in regards to, say, breast cancer, right? Wouldn't that be a hot press release? Absolutely. So here are the hot keywords to look for in press releases. Phase 1 trial, that's a keyword to look for in press releases. You see something that says phase 1 trial, that's a 1-star keyword. It's a press release. It's a catalyst. It's not the best, but it's a good reason. Phase 2 trials, 2-star keyword. Phase 3 trials is a 3-star keyword. And anytime you see meeting primary endpoints, That is a 4-star keyword. That is one of the most powerful. That is a very strong press release. That is a very strong keyword to look for in a press release. 80% of the time, a stock that's gapping up with high relative volume that has a catalyst, and that catalyst is a press release, and that press release has a keyword meeting primary endpoints. I would say 80% of the time, that stock's gonna rip and run, right? The stock's gonna rip and run. So here's the little cheat sheet. If you guys wanna take a screenshot of the screen, feel free. Phase 1 trial, phase 2, phase 3, meeting primary endpoints. Definitive agreements, acquisitions, mergers, FDA approval, fast track designation. Anything regarding cancer, that's a strong keyword. Partnerships, Carl Icahn, right? Anytime you see Carl Icahn name in a press release, the stock's gonna rip. Look at Cloudera back in 2018, 2019, CLDR. I noticed that Carl Icahn was added to the board of directors. I saw that press release. No one else was talking about CLDR. Then he had an interview the same day on CNBC talking about CLDR. I day traded CLDR. He was coming on CNBC, right? His name was all over this press release. That stock ran 20% in one day, right? Carl Icahn, right? For some reason, he gets stocks moving, all right? Anything that's like they were awarded, right? They were awarded this, awarded that, grants, large sums of money. New investors, they achieve things. They're launching new products, right? These are going to be some keywords, and they're broken down from 1-star being okay to 4-star keywords being this stock could absolutely rip and run for the day. So go ahead and take a screenshot of that, okay? So that's one type of catalyst, right? And that's going to be the most popular and the most powerful form of catalyst is going to be news. Number 2, technical setup. Right? You see something on the daily chart. You see a daily bull flag, right? Like Boeing 2 weeks back. You see a daily bull flag. You see a daily ascending triangle breakout. You see anything, right? It could be any kind of technical setup on the daily chart. Mid-candle breakout, maybe it's an ascending triangle, maybe it's a dead cat bounce, maybe it's a daily bull flag, right? That's a reason. That's a catalyst, right? A catalyst is the reason that the stock is moving. So it could be news, which is the most popular and the most powerful. It could be a daily chart formation, right? It could be a technical setup such as a mid-candle breakout, right? Number 3 could be momentum, right? It's a prior day mover. How many times have we seen a stock on day 1 gapping up with high volume, right? And it has a very good catalyst. And then day number 2, it gaps up again with high volume, but it doesn't have fresh news. So what's the reason? It's a prior day mover, right? That's momentum. I can't say how many times we've seen a stock gap up and rip on Monday, and it continues the rip through the rest of the week. What's the catalyst at that point in time? It's momentum, right? It's a prior day mover. So that's a reason the stock could be moving another day as well, is based on its prior day movement. It's momentum. It's a prior day mover. That's another catalyst. Market conditions. And that's what we're seeing a lot of right now, right? We're not seeing a lot of these stocks with news. We're not seeing a lot of these stocks with technical setups. Some of these stocks are momentum, INDO, INPP, but some stocks are not momentum or not prior day movers. So what's the 4th and final form of catalyst? Market conditions. What was the market conditions for last week, right? Let's take away energy, oil, and gas sector stocks. What were we seeing a lot of? Healthcare stocks, right? Therapeutics, biotechs. What were they? They were low float stocks under 50 cents. Right? It seemed like every day we came into the market, we saw a stock that was a low float that was 50 cents ripping up to $1, 60 cents to $1, 80 cents to $1.20, right? Those were market conditions. Monday, we saw that. Tuesday, we saw that. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we continued to see that. There was no news on those stocks. There wasn't a technical setup. There was no momentum. It was simply market conditions. Market conditions were the catalyst. That was the reason we continued to see low float, sub-dollar stocks rip and run, simply because those were the market conditions. That's what traders continued to resort to. Now we're seeing a lot of sector sympathy, right? We have the energy, oil, gas, that sector on a tear. So what are we seeing happen? We're seeing some of these energy stocks, gas stocks, oil stocks going on a tear, petroleum stocks, INDO, ripping and running to the upside. Those are market conditions. But that breaks down even further into sector sympathy. We're seeing one entire sector really get the attention, really get the volume. That's the catalyst. The fact that oil is just ripping to the upside, we see some sector sympathy bleeding on over into some of these cheap small cap stocks that are within that sector, and those stocks are ripping and running. They don't have news. There's not a technical setup, but there is a reason, and that reason is sector sympathy. That would be a valid catalyst, right? So those are going to be your different forms of catalysts, but it's very, very important to eliminate the noise that you identify that there is a catalyst. Because if there's no catalyst, right, there's no news, no technical setup, no momentum, and there's no sector sympathy, but you still see a stock gapping up 20% and it's trading at volume, I would say 80% of the time, that's going to be a typical pre-market pump and an intraday dump. And the last thing you want to do is even have that pump and dump on your watch list. It's noise, right? Eliminate the noise. That's the goal. That's the point of pre-market stock selection. So again, number 3, you've got to have a catalyst. Number 4, float, right? I really want to be mindful of the float, okay? The float is extremely important because it allows us to gauge if a stock could spike big or be a slow and steady mover. So again, understanding the float is really important. You guys know me. I like stocks that can rip $5 at a time, $10 at a time, right? I want to find low float stocks. Some of you guys inside the chat are like, man, that's too much volatility. It's moving too quick for me. I want to find a slower, steadier, more consistent trending stock. Less volatility, but still something that can move. You want to find larger float stocks. So understanding the float is going to allow you to gauge, is this a stock that's going to be really volatile, ripping up $5, dropping off $5, or is this going to be a slow and steady mover, a slow and steady climber? So that's why float's very, very important as well. The float is the total number of shares that are available for the general public to trade, all right? So it's not the total amount of shares, it's the float. The float is the total number of shares that we can trade, the general public. It's what we have availability to trade. So low float equals big movers, okay? The lower the float, the bigger and the faster a stock can move. Large float equals slow movers, okay? So large float, slower and steadier, less volatility, less big moves up and down, okay? So I consider low floats being anything under 25 million. So if you ever hear me say this stock is a low float, it's gonna be under 25 million in float, right? The lower the better. 1 million in float, 2 million in float, 5 million in float, the lower the better. Because again, low float equals big movers, lots of volatility, crazy price action. I like that. I thrive in those types of markets. I want to see stocks that can move dollars at a time, not 10 cents at a time. So low float under 25 million. Medium float, anything between 25 million to 75 million. Now these medium float stocks can still move like a low float stock if they have the volume. I can't tell you how many times we've seen a 60 million in float stock move like a 1 million in float stock. So if it has the volume and that's where everybody's at, you can still see these medium float stocks rip and run. They could be big volatile movers. But then you got large float stocks. Anything over 75 million, it's really hard to get those stocks going. 100 million, 300 million, 500 million, right? If you see a stock that's gapping up, right? You see a stock that's gapping up, check. You see a stock that has high relative volume, check. You've identified that stock has a good catalyst, check. And you want to make $1 to $2 a share, right? You want to get into that volatile stock, that stock that can move big and rip big. So you jump in when the market opens and it's not doing anything. It's moving like 5-10 cents, 5-10 cents. You're like, what's going on? You got to be mindful of the float. If you were mindful of the float, maybe you would have realized the float was 500 million. Well, if you're a low float penny stock trader and you thrive off volatility, right? And you like stocks that could rip $1, $2 at a time, but you forgot to look at the flow, that could have been a big key thing that stood out to you. Say, you know what? I'll watch the stock, but maybe it's not one of my top stocks, right? It's 500 million in flow. It's going to take a lot to get this stock going, right? If you're a trader that likes low float, quick movers, identify the flow. Is it a low float? Can it move big? If you're a trader that likes those slow, steady movers, identify those large float stocks that will move slow and steadily. Okay, so again, that's my simple process. I told you guys in the beginning, you're probably like, what? That seems too easy. That's the point, right? My goal, my job is to simplify the trading process, to make things easy. Day trading is already hard, guys. Let's be honest. It's already really hard. Why make it harder than what it needs to be? Big terms, capitulation, this and that, and having a million different things on your checklist. Find the most important things and build a checklist and keep it simple yet effective. And that's what I've done over the past 7 years. Keep it simple, stupid, KISS, right? So how do I keep it that simple? And again, we can clearly see that this process works 80 to 90% of the time. Nothing's ever 100%, but it's clear for the past year that we've been, putting this process into an effect inside a chat. It's clear that 80% of the time we do eliminate the noise, and the stocks that are on our watch list are the stocks that rip and run for the day. As a new trader, I was never able to clean up my watch list to 3 to 5 stocks. I didn't know how to clean up my watch list. I didn't know what was noisy and what wasn't noisy. So over the years, I've come to find out it really comes down to 4 things. Number 1, obviously you're gonna find the stock because it's gapping, right? Number 1, you're gonna even come across the stock because it's gapping, okay? Gapping up, gapping down, doesn't matter, it's a gapper. Number 2, identify that volume. The more volume, the better, right? My rule of thumb is 2x. We want to see the stock trading 2 times the average volume, right? That's another check, right? Eliminating the rest of the noise. We see a stock gapping up 20% and it's trading 10,000 shares, but on average it trades 10 million. Clearly, that's noisy. We shouldn't have it on our watch list. It's not gonna be the stock that has the best opportunity for the day. Number 3, catalyst. Really important. I mean, just as important as the volume. Volume is very, very important, but catalyst is very, very important as well. Why is the stock moving? How many times have you guys come into the market, you see a stock gapping up, you don't look at the volume, you don't look at the catalyst, and you don't look at the float. You just look at your gap list. How many times have you added a stock to your watch list without looking at volume, without understanding what the catalyst is, and you see that stock dump and fade and fall, and you're like, what happened? Why is the stock not moving? It was gapping in pre-market. Why is the stock not ripping on up? What's going on? It's happened to me a lot. So again, I've identified that there has to be a reason for the stock to move. If the stock is gapping up on light volume and there's no catalyst, it's probably gonna dump on off. And we see that across the board. So again, catalyst, very, very important. Why is the stock moving? Could be news, could be a technical setup, it could be a prior day mover, or market conditions like we're seeing right now with like CEI, USEG, USWS. And then lastly, I want to find stocks that could rip dollars at a time with ease, right? I buy it and it could spike $1 just like that. I want to find low float stocks because the lower the float, the bigger the spikes. If you guys do not like that volatility, you still got to be mindful of the float. You don't need to be looking at 25 million or less floats. Maybe you take a step away and you don't trade any stocks that are under 50 million in float because they just move too quick. Maybe your comfort zone is finding large float stocks that are gapping, that have volume, that have a strong catalyst. Maybe it's a 500 million in float stock, but you know you're going to trade it throughout the entire day, right? You're going to scale in, scale out, and look for that bigger, slower, steadier move, 50 cents up, $1 up. Maybe that move takes all day, but you're able to take a step back away from that volatility if you do not perform well when the market's extremely volatile. So last but not least is the flow. And again, guys, very simple process, but that's the job, that's the goal, that's the point, to simplify the trading process. It's that simple, it's that easy. Simple process of selecting the best stocks to trade for the current day. Our number 1 job in pre-market, aside from trading setups, is to eliminate the noise. That's it. Eliminate the noise. Like I said this morning, we had 30 stocks that we could potentially put on our watch list. 30 freaking stocks, guys. That's too many. So what did we do? All we did this morning was eliminate the noise. And what did we come up with? We had 3 to 5 stocks with the best potential. And those 3 to 5 stocks that we were looking at performed very, very well. 10 o'clock, a lot of those top stocks started to fade on off. They're noisy. They came off the watch list. And then we identified other stocks that were starting to move on up. They were gapping. They had volume. right? There was a reason for the stock to be moving. Nice low float stocks, but we still were able to, in the moment, at that point in time, 10 o'clock, still take a step back, eliminate the noise, clean up our watch list, and still have only 3 to 5 stocks to look at for the day. That's how you're going to keep your head straight. That's how you're going to keep your focus on a set stock, on a set group of stocks. Get to know those stocks. How are they moving? Are they consistent movers? Are the technicals being validated? Is there a lot of hidden selling or hidden buying, right? Is there a lot of false breakouts? Is there a lot of nasty price action? If you're doing this all day, right, you're never really going to get to know a stock and how it's moving. And you're never going to make consistent profits. Focus. Get your head off a swivel. 3 to 5 stocks. Focus. How are they moving? Are they clean? Are they consistent? What's the price action? Is there a lot of hidden selling? A lot of hidden buying? Is there a lot of false breakouts, right? Get to know the stock and how it moves. And you'll be able to identify a stock that's clean, consistent, the technicals are being validated and honored, and you're going to get confident with that stock. So when you see an opportunity present itself, you already know how the stock moves. You know your confidence level, and you're going to have that confidence to put on a trade. All right? So if you guys have any questions, let me know. Like I said, before we dove into this, very simple. You're honestly probably going to walk away like, dude, it's that easy? Nah, nothing's that easy. It's got to be more complex than that. It's really not, team. It's not. It's that simple. It's that easy. Simply eliminating the noise with 4 easy steps. You do that every single morning without fail. You're going to go from 20 stocks to 5 stocks. And you're going to be able to focus on the stocks that have the best potential for the day. And this is going to work for you 80% of the time. Like I said, nothing's ever 100%. But 80% of the time is better than 0% of the time. So get in the habit of going through your pre-market stock selection criteria. Go through that checklist every single morning on every single stock, and you'll come to realize your watch list is shrinking. You'll be going from 30 stocks, 20 stocks, down to 10, down to 5, down to 3, down to 2. And you'll be like, boom, I got my 2 stocks for the day. What's up? Right? I'm going to make money on these 2 stocks. Joe Blow over here is trading 30 stocks a day. We'll see who comes out on top. You'll notice that your watch list starts to be reduced. It starts to shrink. You're going to be a lot more confident, and you're going to see better results in the market. All right, so theme of the week, preparation, and what better way to start than pre-market stock selection to get prepared for the opening bell at 9:30. Close the webcam so I can screenshot the screens. Yeah, absolutely. You want me to throw the PowerPoint back up? Because I can throw the PowerPoint back up. So what I'll go ahead and do is I'll do this. So if you want to go ahead and take screenshots, go ahead and take your screenshots. So right here, you got the 4 bullets: gappers, volume, catalyst, and flow. As soon as you take your screenshot, let me know, and I'll go down to the next slide so you can get your screenshots. So even Nexoid says, once he had 160 stocks on watch. Nexoids, how'd that make you feel, buddy? Were you overwhelmed? Were you stressed? I'm sure you were. How easy is it now to identify 3 to 5 stocks, Nexoids? Like, you're a perfect testament. At one point in time, 160 stocks. How many stocks do you have in your watch list now at this point in time, knowing how to go through that pre-market stock selection? Done? All right. Gappers, number 1. Obviously, you guys are in chat, so you're going to find these gappers right on the gap scanners. But let's say that you cancel your membership. It's just not for you, and you're out here doing it on your own. FinViz and Market Watch, but again, they're going to be about 15 to 30 minutes delayed, and you may miss the opportunity. Done. All right, volume, number 2. Stock has to have volume, guys. Volume equals activity, and activity equals profits. I ran into this bad habit a lot. I see a stock gapping up 10%. It has a catalyst, right? It's a low flow, but it just doesn't have volume. And I'm sitting there like, why is the stock not moving? Why is it not moving? Well, it has no volume. Again, when traders are on a stock, there's volume. When traders are on a stock, it's moving. And when a stock's moving, we're definitely be able to lock in some profits, right? So volume, very, very important. Number 3, catalyst. Why is the stock moving? We don't want to have a pumping up on our watch list. We don't even want to be pulled in to potentially jumping in to a trade that doesn't have a catalyst that could be a pump and dump. Every single stock that's on your watch list needs to have a catalyst. News, technical setup, momentum, or market conditions. All right, last but not least, the float. Based on how you trade, the float is very important. If you like big time rippers and runners, find low float stocks. If you do not like big rippers and runners, and it's just too volatile for you, and they're moving too quick, find yourselves, large floats, right? Just eliminate the noise even further, right? If you know that you don't do well with volatile stocks, eliminate the noise and remove some stocks even further. Get rid of all the low float stocks, right? If you're like, dude, I can't trade these large float stocks, they're too slow. Don't even add a large float stock to your watch list. Eliminate the noise even further. Done and thank you. Absolutely, Steve. That's what I'm here for. So right now, guys, if we have any questions, please let me know before we jump off the mic and dive into lunch. All right, guys. So, man, I kind of want to sit here and keep trading with you guys. What? You want to go until 1 o'clock? I know we do not do afternoon commentary on Tuesdays. Tuesdays are days that I get a lot of these behind the scenes things taken care of. But, right now, it's already 12:20. We did see some decent action yesterday with these penny stocks. So let's do a quick scan to see if there's anything setting up right now at this point in time for some possible lunchtime action. Mutaz! Just wanted to thank you. Absolutely. Thanks for being here, Mutaz. Thanks for being here. I'm glad you enjoy the stream. You show up every single day. Clearly, you're learning, and you're seeing those results by applying what you're learning. So good job and good work. So tomorrow's lesson, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be on building trade plans. We have a lot of new faces inside of chat. So what better thing to do than to really build a foundation when it comes to building proper trade plans? We do one of those lessons at least once a month, but that's how important, building trade plans are. So at least once a month, we're doing a trade plan lesson because that's how important it is. So that's tomorrow's lesson, is going to be on trade plans. John, absolutely. I appreciate the kind words. Joey, everything you talked about this morning is dumping. Yeah, but this morning it wasn't dumping, right? Out of the gate, we had some good opportunity. What were the top stocks that we had picked? Everybody chose HYMC, and there was a quick little early morning trade. I think a lot of you guys took CEI. There's some quick early morning trades. Everything right now is rolling on over. Everything right now is pulling back very, very hard, right? But again, it's different market conditions than what it was, right? This morning at 9 o'clock, we're in a completely different market than we were in, than we're in now, right? Headlines start changing, market starts, shooting back up. Oil is now dropping a little bit. So again, things have changed quite a bit over the past 3 hours. So that's where we have to be chameleons. We have to adapt. Stocks that are on our watch list at 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock may not be the same stocks that we have on our watch list at 12, 1 o'clock. Anytime we identify a new stock, we go back through that same process, right? At that point in time, it wouldn't really be a gapper, right? So we start with volume. All right, cool. So for example, everything on the watch list is dumping. But let's say we identify CODA. So, okay, CODA. This stock is moving. I'm just using this as a really bad example. But again, let's say we identify CODA is starting to rip and run, all right? Volume. Right? Does this stock have high relative volume. CODA, how do we figure that out? Well, the easiest way is to simply go over to yahoofinance.com. So let's go to Yahoo Finance. Let's go CODA. Let's look at that volume. So the volume is 59,000 shares. The average volume is 16. So from a volume perspective and a relative volume standpoint, you have high relative volume. But here's the thing. You just don't have any volume. It's barely trading 70,000 shares. That's nothing. So right off the bat, we can see, yeah, this stock is moving on up, but it just doesn't have volume compared to some of these other stocks. 140 million shares, 200 million shares, 9 million shares, 75 million shares, right? Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. As you know, I'm not really feeling the best. I've been feeling a little under the weather since Sunday night, and I just had a little situation there. So I was talking, I'm working myself up, I'm hydrated like crazy, but I start to felt a little something, so I had to run to the restroom. So thank you, guys. Hopefully that gets it out of me. So yeah, where were we at? Yeah, so CODA, right? Every stock we identified in pre-market, yeah, it is dumping on off. They're not holding on up. Markets are shifting. The markets are always changing. We have to be chameleons and adapt to the opportunities. So we could see a brand new stock start moving middle of the day. And if we see a stock moving at 12, 1 o'clock that wasn't on our watch list in the morning, we have to go back over to the same process, right? Obviously at that point in time, it's not going to be a gapper, but we start with volume, right? Is there volume on the stock that's moving at 1 o'clock? Okay. Catalyst. Is there a catalyst? Is there a reason for the stock to be moving? And what's the float? We still go through the same exact process at 12 o'clock in the day, at 2 o'clock in the day, at 7 a.m. in the day. We still go through that process, but we're going to get a great idea in the morning before the market opens on our top stocks for the day. But today's a great example, Joey. So thank you for bringing that up. All these stocks that we were looking at today, they're dumping right now, right? IMPP is dumping. HUSA is dumping. HYMC is sitting sideways. ENSV is dumping on off. CEI is dumping on off, right? Everything's dumping on off. So now we can eliminate the noise, right? MARPS, that's noisy, right? NINE, it's noisy. USWS, it's noisy. Get rid of these stocks. These stocks aren't worth your time. Now we sit back and wait to see where traders are going, right? You got KALA. KALA Pharmaceuticals. Okay, cool. Why is this stock moving, right? Why is it up 89%? Why are we trading 2 million shares? It's 52 million to float stock. So KALA, volume 2.6 million shares, right? Is that good volume? Let's go find out. KALA, 2.6 million shares traded today. On average, 800,000. We're trading higher volume today than we normally do on average. Why is the stock moving, right? Is there a catalyst? 4 hours ago, KALA Pharmaceuticals announces now covered on United Healthcare Commercial and Cigna Medicare. So we do have a press release. There is a credible reason for KALA to be moving. So we've identified we have good volume. We've identified there is a catalyst. There is a press release, right? What's the last thing? Be mindful of the flow. Can this stock rip and run with volatility and just move like crazy? Or is it going to be a slow and steady mover? Let's go look at the float. 52 million in float, KALA. So we know that this stock could indeed rip and run. It could be a slow and steady mover, but we'd also know that it could rip and run. So right now, KALA is not noise. CODA is noise, right? We looked at CODA, and after dissecting this based on our selection, right, our pre-market criteria, we've identified CODA is noise. what we were able to identify, KALA, is not noise. So now we're just reworking our watch list, right? We're just kind of rebalancing our watch list. IMPP, it is noisy. Look at that big red candle. That is nasty. HUSA, look at that. Big red candle. Not worth your time. HYMC is actually still trying to hold on up. ENSV, we should still keep it on watch because it's not, yeah, I mean, it is dumping off the highs, but it is trying to bounce back up. CEI is dumping on down. USEG is not worth your time. USWS, look at that nasty red candle. That's not worth your time. NINE is not worth your time. MARPS is not worth your time. Is TMC worth your time? Not really. So look what we just did. Our watch list is now shrunk, right? We barely have anything on watch, right? Is BCEL worth your time? No. CEI at this point in time worth your time? No. ENSV? Maybe. HYMC? Maybe. We've identified one brand new stock. And that one brand new stock that we just identified is KALA. And we know that it's not noise, right? We know CODA was noise. KALA is not noise. We have volume. It's a low enough float stock. It could rip and run. And there is a catalyst. There is a reason for the stock to be moving. It's just not a pump and dump. There is a reason for the stock to continue higher today. Let's see how those CEI puts are paying off. Like I said yesterday, I was taking CEI puts. I was looking for that massive dump. So let's see how those CEI puts are paying off. I bought like 10 of them. Believe it or not, they're only up 30%. So believe it or not, they're only up 30% on CEI. But again, I took some, what wasn't really risky because my risk was defined. I only put set amount of dollars into CEI, and if I was wrong, all I could lose on those options was my initial investment. But I said that these levels aren't sustainable, right? These levels are not sustainable with these small cap stocks. We are going to see massive pullbacks at some point in time, and we're starting to see that across the board today, right? So I was actually buying puts on CEI yesterday at 150, and I think they were $1 puts. So let's see how much lower CEI is going to crack, fade, and fall, and let's see if we can lock in some profits on those CEI puts that we were grabbing yesterday. I think it was right around maybe like 10 o'clock when I bought those puts. Everything is getting crushed right now, guys. So the overall market's getting hit. So let's go look at USO. USO, look at that, guys. It's rolling on over. Like we said, these levels were not sustainable. It was only a matter of time before we started to see these markets roll on over. So what can we do now? We're already prepared. What do we have? Inverse ETFs, SCO, inverse ETF, right? So when oil dumps, SCO, it's going to rip onto the upside. You also have DRIP. Look at DRIP. This stock's ripping on up. Look at KOLD starting to bounce on up here a little bit. So XOM, Exxon, getting hit pretty hard. USO, giving a lot back. XOP, giving a lot back. So where is the opportunity now that we have oil, gas, energy dumping on off? Inverse ETFs. We talked about this yesterday. We were prepared for this moment. So where is our focus? SCO, inverse ETF. DRIP, not really KOLD because it's not doing a lot. So SCO and DRIP. Phil V, do you teach buying options, calls, and puts? Yes, I do. I'm not a full-time options trader, but we do option lessons. And I would have to say that half of chat came in as equities traders and they all now trade options. How many people inside of chat, how many members in chat have came in trading equities, physical shares, knew nothing about options, but now you trade more options than you trade shares? I think everybody's at lunch. I think everybody in chat's at lunch. But there was a lot of traders that came in that were, you know, I got an account, I don't know anything about options, I trade equities. We've done some options talks, some lessons, and now I see a lot of people inside of chat. That's all they trade now, is options. Good job, Corey, by the way. Amazon, great job, man. Nice little profit there on Amazon. Good job. Yeah, I think everybody's at lunch. I checked the viewer count. Everybody stepped away. About half of chat's gone. But yes, do I trade options every single day? No. Do we teach options? Yes. Currently short on CVX right now. I shorted 3 whole shares this morning. Nice, man, nice. So we do have KALA. Look at that stock. Out of the halt, squeeze into the upside. So we got KALA is definitely a top stock to be watching. The rest of these other stocks are getting hit really hard to the downside right now. Not worth your time. ENSV, I wouldn't really say it's worth your time. CEI is not worth your time. HUSA is not worth your time. Right now, KALA, small cap penny stock, getting some action. Definitely put a lot of your focus here on KALA. You guys are looking at, you know, oil, gas, you know, just the energy sector. Definitely you got SCO, inverse ETF, and you got DRIP is an inverse ETF as well. So simply just look at USO, XOP to kind of dictate if you should be taking DRIP and SCO long to the upside. Do I think HUSA will recover? The only reason, team, the only reason we see stocks like HUSA recover, INPP recover, INDO recover. The only reason that we will see these stocks start to move back up is if oil, gas, these energy stocks start to move back up. If that parabolic move is over, right, and we are done hitting new highs and the scare is gone, no longer is oil, gas, blah, 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 going to be that expensive, and again, right, if that was the top and we're officially pulling back off that huge parabolic move and we're finally coming back down to reality, you will not see these stocks recover. You will not see INDO recover. There's no reason for it to recover. Right? What was the reason INDO, INPP, and HUSA moved, right? Those stocks that we've been watching the last week, week and a half, right? What was the only reason that those stocks were ripping to the upside? So again, I just want you to ask yourself, right? Ask yourself that question. What was the only reason these stocks were absolutely just ripping and running to the upside? Exactly. Exactly. So recover, spike. Again, I just want you guys thinking outside the box, how I think, right? So we know that the only reason that these small cap stocks were ripping is because there was a lot of hype and momentum with oil, with those particular sectors that we were looking at, right? We saw, you know, energy stocks ripping. We saw oil stocks, petroleum stocks, drilling stocks. We saw all of these stocks just absolutely tearing to the upside. And the only reason they were tearing to the upside is because we saw oil and gas tearing to the upside as well. Now we're starting to see that broader market roll on over, right? We're starting to see oil fade and fall here a little bit, right? Starting to see the SPDR, S&P, oil, gas, ETF, XOP, starting to roll over here a little bit. Even look at, XOM, ExxonMobil. This stock is starting to roll on over as well. So that sector is losing some momentum, right? And it's starting to roll on over and pull back, which is why a lot of these small cap penny stocks are starting to roll on over and pull on back. So the only reason HUSA would recover, the only reason INPP, INDO, MXC, or CEI would recover and spike again is if we see oil spike again as well. So if that was the top and we're officially going to come back down to reality, right? You will not see these penny stocks rip again. There has to be a reason. But if that was not the top, and this is just a pullback, right? And we do continue to see oil skyrocket like it has been doing the past 2 weeks, then yes, you could absolutely see INPP, INDO, HUSA recover, right? You can see them recover, but your main focus needs to be with, oil, gas, energy sector stocks. The whole reason why these small caps were ripping and running in the first place. So if that was not a top and this is just a small pullback and we continue to see that momentum build and we continue to see some aggressive push to the upside, then yes, you could absolutely see these stocks recover. But if that was the top and we're going to start downtrending and we are indeed rolling over and we're coming back down to reality, it's very unlikely that we see these stocks spike again. Again, I do not know why the SPY's ripping. I do not know why oil is dropping. Again, I don't know why. I'm trying to find a catalyst. I'm trying to find a reason why. I know I just saw that Biden banned Russia oil imports at 12:05, and at 12:05 is when we started dumping on down. So US indices were trading lower as investors continue to assess the impacts of the escalating Russia-Ukraine conflict, which has caused macro uncertainty. Oil prices continue to surge on expectations. The US may announce a ban on Russia oil imports. Okay, then here we go. US bans Russian oil imports in response to the Ukraine invasion. What you need to know. So could this be a little bit of a buy the rumor, sell the news, right? We saw just so much momentum and so much action to the upside because we were just already pricing in banning Russian imports, right? So basically, right, we were buying the rumor, and then when the news was verified, we're selling the news, and that's already been priced in because we knew that this was something that was going to be discussed weeks ago when all of this started to escalate. That could be it, because there's no set reason as to why that's taking place. So the only thing I can think of is buy the rumor, sell the news, right? Buy the rumor that we could ban Russia oil imports. And then when we see that actually confirmed, sell the news. That's already been priced in. That's the only thing that I can think of, right? That's the only thing that I can think of. US indices are trading higher as stocks reverse following earlier weakness. The conflict has pressured stocks recently due to geopolitical uncertainty and a surge in some commodity prices. Ukraine says no longer insisting on NATO membership. U.S. intelligence chief says it would be challenging for Russia to completely undermine Western sanctions using cryptocurrency. So we have to see is this sustainable, right? Are these moves sustainable? Was just this a little bit of overreaction? And here's the only reason I'm using the term overreaction is how many times in the past 2 years have we seen overreaction with sharp recoveries in the market? We've seen that a lot. The markets like to overreact and like to recover very sharply. So the only reason I'm saying, if this was a overreaction, right, is we may not see these levels sustained. If it was an overreaction and we start to see that sharp pullback, or simply, the reaction with the broader market, and we start to see a sharp recovery and things become normal and return to the normal, then, you know, probably not going to see that hype with maybe clean energy like we saw, like you said, Jason, back in 2008. But if this is not an overreaction and this is just an intraday move and we continue to see these prices shoot on up, yeah, that could be a good idea. That could be a good approach. Clean energy. It went up in 2008 when gas was this high. So if this is not the top and we still see prices continue to the upside, that could be a good alternative. And that could be a good space to get, you know, your feet wet in. Absolutely. I'm about done for the market to be bleeding, though. I tell you what, guys, I'm just about had it with the market bleeding. I'm ready to find a bottom. I'm ready to start buying these dips a little bit more aggressively. I just don't want to keep taking heat. I'm done for the market to stop bleeding and finally start to recover. But again, like I've been saying for a while, is I still have a time horizon of middle of the year before we find a bottom. I still think we make new lows into summer. That's just my approach right now at this point in time. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. Do I hope I'm wrong? I do. I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to see the markets continue to sell on off. I'd like to find a bottom now, start dollar cost averaging into these names and see my account look a lot better than what it does, right? But I still do have my time horizon of, you know, summertime, you know, maybe closer to the end of the year before we actually find the bottom. But I hope I'm wrong, and I could be wrong. So we'll see how that plays on out. Ooh, we got more profits in profits chats. Not comfy with this action this morning. Waited for SPY the bottom, DWAC for almost 1,500 bucks. Rick, way to come in and rock and roll. Nice little trade there on DWAC, boss. Rick coming in on DWAC, 1486 on the day. Good job there. You got me, Rick. You got me. 1486. I got 1436. You're beating me by 50 bucks. Let me get a quick $60 trade in. No, I'm joking. So right now, again, we're coming into lunch. Things normally really start to slow down. We can see a lot of these stocks that were performing very, very nicely over the past couple of weeks really starting to get hit hard. A lot of big time pullbacks across the board. The only stock right now that can continue to move higher, that has a credible reason to be moving and is trading high relative volume, relatively low float stock, right? It can rip and run. KALA, right? KALA does have support back down at $1. Top resistance, high of day, 150. So I wouldn't personally want to be chasing the SPY after that big rip on up from 416 nearly to 426. And you kind of see a little bit of a rising wedge on the SPY. Now, could it continue higher? It absolutely could, but you're starting to see that it's just losing some momentum, right? You see that big old move on up, and it's been consolidating, getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter inside of this little bit of a wedge formation. These rising wedges are considered bearish. So if we start to crack out of this rising wedge, we do have potential to pull back towards around, I would say a good level would be like 421 on the SPY. But I definitely wouldn't be chasing calls up here because, again, we do show potential to start rolling on over, and we're just losing a little bit of momentum. We're losing some juice. If anything, I would be risking high a day with puts, right? Looking to grab some puts, potentially risking over high a day, 422 target, 421.10 target. Double bottom on ENSV. Let's check it out. ENSV, and be very, very careful with these stocks, right? Be very, very careful with these stocks. The simple fact that every single stock in the sector is dumping, I would be very, very cautious to get involved on something like ENSV, simply because everything else is dumping on off. But yes, from a technical perspective, you are starting to see a potential double bottom. If anything, it looks more like a potential descending triangle, right? You have that big drop on off, 384, bounce on up, back down to 384, bounce on up, lower high, back down to 384. So you see that we're making these lower highs into support. So if we do not start to break back above 450, this could be a failed double bottom attempt. But you are seeing the start of a potential double bottom on ENSV. But one thing I want to add in there, tread lightly, be smart, trade safe. If we continue to see oil roll on over, we continue to see stocks like CEI, MXC, INDO fade and fall, it's very likely that we continue to see ENSV fade and fall as well. So if we start to see these other stocks doing well, oil bouncing back up, this was just a short-term pullback, then we still have so much potential with ENSV, so much potential with IMPP and INDO, right? But if we continue to see oil pull back and roll over and continue to sell off, then we should not be looking to trade stocks like ENSV, right? Like IMPP or INDO. But if that was just a healthy, normal pullback and we do see this recover higher, then hey, we're still in play with ENSV. You know, that's still in play. INDO is still in play. IMPP, it'll still be in play. All right, guys, so what time is it? 12:52. We're absolutely just running this into the afternoon. So let's do this. I think it's good to disconnect, right? It's always good to disconnect. We have some big time profits inside of Profits Chat from members and on YouTube as well today. So right now, you need to disconnect. Go get some water, get away from your freaking monitors, right? Go eat some lunch, just disconnect. Here's the beautiful thing, guys. The market's gonna be here at 2 o'clock. The market's going to be here at 2:30. It's going to be here at 3. It's going to be here at 3:30, right? We're not missing anything. Could we see some lunchtime movement? Yes. Could we see no lunchtime movement? Absolutely. So use this time to pour into yourself. Study up inside the video lessons library. Read a book. Self-development. Get some lunch. Go on a walk. Go exercise. Do something that's not stock related. We came in. We hit it hard. We locked in some amazing profits today in the stock market. So go ahead and disconnect for 30 minutes, an hour. Come back. The market will still be here, and let's see what things look like around 2:30 as we dive into some power hour commentary. Yes, I want to be here this afternoon, especially if stocks are on fire and we still see some great opportunity, guys. All right, so right now it's about 1 o'clock. We're going to dive into lunch, come back around 2:30, do a quick recap, kind of dissect the market, see where we're at, see if there's any opportunity. If so, I'll stay on the mic. We'll continue to rock and roll, even though we don't normally do commentary in the afternoons on Tuesdays. But if we come in and there's just no opportunity, things are slow, nothing's moving, we'll go ahead and end our day, call it a Tuesday, lock in those profits, enjoy our night, and come back ready to do this over again for Hump Day, baby. All right, so enjoy your lunch, traders. Good job and good work. And I'll see you guys back here right around 2:30 for some power hour commentary. Let's end it the way we always end it inside a chat. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Way to come in, way to make it happen. Good Good job and good work, traders, locking in those big time profits. Keep up the amazing work, and let's keep making it happen. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you guys back here in about an hour to an hour and 30 minutes, ready to kick off our afternoon. Let's hope we got some big time potential in the market, guys. Enjoy that lunch. I'll see you guys back here in just a little bit. Take care, guys.